Right, so I don't know whether anyone can hear me. Yeah, because it's the pre-trial. I'm just waiting for Leanie to come over now. It's okay. It was planned, JB. I've just been speaking to Leanie. It's the pre-trial hearing, so we're going to have it over here and have a listen. I'm just waiting for Leanie. Here she is. Go ahead, Leanie.
I'm here. Do you want to pull it up, Maggie? That way you can.
The only thing is, I'm on my phone and I can't do that.
Okay, I'll pull it up. No problem.
Okay, Lee. Go on.
Yep. Let me grab it real quick.
Charging, girl. I'm in the kitchen doing the tea. Go on.
Okay. Hi, everybody. It's just a quick pop-up live. The pre-trial hearing. This is probably the last hearing Brian Kohberger's going to have.
Yeah.
Before we start jury selection. So let me try to get to it real quick.
Yeah, because it has started. It's already started. So
the judge has just given his expectations for this. I don't know how long it's going to run, but let's jump in, listen to what's going on. You guys make sure to monitor your ears, because I can't control that part of it. All right, so let's put that there. Put this big. Thank you, moderators for being here. JB, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. All right.
You can start at the beginning, she said. I haven't seen it.
Okay, I will just start at the beginning then. Let's put this big. That's probably better.
And just for the record,
the
extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization. It is an inappropriate characterization. If I'm responsible for it, I assume responsibility, but that's simply not an appropriate way for it to be described.
Got my volume on higher, just about there.
A better term is simply a model. Rough model.
I might be able to. No, this is up all the way. So yeah, we're going to have to control your own.
Yeah, don't worry, Lee. Go on.
Scale precisely.
Trying to find my volume.
Ms. Taylor, any record about that? You had a chance to look at it?
We did. We were able to bring 2 experts in for our request yesterday, and we appreciated being accommodated while we were here. We do have a remaining question about where the model house will be stored during the course of trial.
Where are you storing it, on the 3rd floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds like it's stored with the evidence vault of the prosecutors down there. And so I suppose if she needs to get access, or our experts do, we can arrange for that as well.
I should have asked a better question, Your Honor. When it's brought in as a demonstrative aid, I am curious about when it's not being used by the prosecutor or the defense and a witness, where it will sit in the courtroom.
I will find some place not in the courtroom, because I don't want it in the courtroom when it's not being used, but nearby in the event that a witness does wish to use it.
Thank you, sir.
The other thing that I would point out, as it sounds like you've been, at least to some degree, working together, and I appreciate that. As you come to stipulations on agreement on things, it's important that those be reduced to writing for your own protection. Because too often what I see is in the middle of, for example, trial, well, Honor, the other side said that they were going to stipulate to that, and then they're not. That leaves me in a difficult position, because I wasn't part of those discussions, right? And so for your own protection, I think it's just important that you get those reduced to writing as much as possible. I did receive
I just panicked and got here. Sorry about that, Lee.
Spreadsheets on the exhibits.
Just wondering if we got captions, Leanie. Can you do captions? Because I can barely hear them. I'm deaf as a brush.
Let me try it. Hold on.
Getting that. There's some questions that I had about it generally, and then some more homework to do on In terms of the witnesses, I had asked, and I think my law clerk reached out to make sure that we get a description of those witnesses, kind of like if they're, who they work for or where they're from, something that will allow me to categorize those on a juror questionnaire so that they don't just get a list of, 300 names, but can say, all right, these are witnesses, these people live in Pennsylvania. These are witnesses that work for the FBI, these, right? And so that they can put in context those names, which will be result in a more accurate review by them of those names to see if they know anybody. I'm not sure if that's been accomplished yet or not. And so if you haven't done that, please get that to us as soon as possible so we can incorporate those. I think the state had, and last I heard, but it's been several days, the defense had, we were still waiting for someone from the defense.
I believe that that's been provided. My hope is that it was sufficient because I think it came back and we re-provided it.
No
Okay,
worries,
I'll
Lee.
check-
If it's not sufficient, let us know.
I'll check on a break to see where it's at. All right. So I did, as I indicated this morning, receive the defense's proffer regarding alternate perpetrators. That will be sealed per request, I'm assuming per stipulation. And I want some additional information there. What I'd like is by the 23rd, if possible, for the defense to do two things. One, provide me with whatever actual evidence you have that supports those allegations, rather than just allegations. And two, provide for me how it is you believe that what you are offering is admissible. Because it seemed to me much of what you had put in there was fairly potentially fairly objectionable in terms of admissibility. So I would like to see that. And then I would have the state respond by the 6th, which is 2 weeks. And then I would propose a hearing on the 18th.
Your Honor, on June 18th, Ms. Massout has a conflict in the morning, but we could do an afternoon hearing on that day.
Can we do the 20th? The 19th is a holiday and the court is closed. I'm just not sure whether it can be done in a half a day or in the afternoon or not, depending upon where we're at. That's my concern.
Your Honor, for me personally, the 20th is a little bit of an issue for personal reasons. If we could avoid that date, if we can't, then I guess we can't.
Well, let's, can we start by like noon on the 18th?
12:30 or 1. I'm in federal court.
All right. Let's do 12:30. Are you handling those issues?
Alternate perpetrator. I'm, yes, very involved.
Let's do 12:30 on the 18th. All right, next I want to go to juror questionnaire discussion. Before I do that, this was that was, as I said, sort of a catch-all category. So I want to ask you if you have questions now, because I suspect it will fit into, if you do, a more specific category, and we can address it at that point. But if you have a question or concern about anything we've talked about thus far, now's your chance.
I believe so, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, juror questionnaires.
Did I do that? Shit on a biscuit. What happened? What did I do?
I don't know what happened there. I thought it was them.
Maybe it is them. Hold on just a minute. Let me see if I can get it back. Fourth court. You can wait for it to become responsive. Okay. It's unresponsive right now. So let's check the page again.
Yeah, it might have gone off.
Said, oh, snap. All right.
So they're
let's
doing
see.
another hearing now?
Do what?
They're doing another hearing now?
Yeah, they're scheduling another hearing for something. I'm trying to run around here and delete the live that's coming up for this afternoon, because we'll
Do
probably
you want
still.
me to go in and do it?
Yeah, I did it on StreamYard, but I couldn't figure it out on YouTube.
Go on, I'll go in and do it now. I might pop down. Go on.
Okay, let me try to get this stream back. New tab. New tab. All right, there it is. Okay.
Reviewing the questionnaires, then watching people fill them out. The process will be such that as we bring groups in to fill those out, those will immediately be scanned and then provided to council on a shared drive. And so I guess I wanted to get your feedback on whether I suspect this is a all for one or
Fairly
not
objective
proposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. My
Welcome,
understanding
everybody.
is
Thank you for
that
being here. Do me a favor, hit the like.
Counsel from either side to be present.
All right, I'm gonna be quiet so we can hear this.
The tasks at hand.
Okay, very well. Is that accord, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. So as I indicated, you'll be given access via shared drive. You can do two things. One, you could save those over to a copy over to a drive in which you can make edits, or you can print and make hand edits, or you can just keep track by notebook and juror number. If you want to do the printed version, you'll need to bring your own printer and supplies in order to print those off from your war rooms. The plan will be to take the universe of jurors who are summoned and then scramble them randomly and assign them what we call a scramble number, 1 through 10,000. And then we will bring them in to fill out the questionnaires beginning with 1. So that the questionnaires that you receive first will be the jurors most likely to be in the line of fire, so to speak. Because once we have enough jurors, we'll stop. So that's the plan. Anybody have any concern with that?
No, sir.
Concerns, thank you.
Technically, under the rules, you are entitled to watch the scramble process, which literally involves the jury commissioner hitting a button. I don't know if any of you want to be there for that.
So thank you.
We'll waive our presence for that, Your Honor.
Very well. I do want to stress the security and confidentiality of the juror questionnaires, as I'm sure you're aware pursuant to 3. Those are extremely confidential. The copies that you receive will be, we'll maintain a copy, obviously, for appellate purposes. The copies you receive will be returned. And the defendants, they're supposed to be essentially attorney's eyes only. I'm fine if you both agree to allow an investigator to see, so that they can be doing, whatever online investigation they feel appropriate as you go along. Doing that, in terms of the defendant, his access has to be with attorneys present. In other words, he can't have a copy or whatever to go back with him when he's not with you.
That makes sense, but I have one question for the court. In addition to our investigators, we have 3 that are working on the case. We would request our paralegals be allowed to assist us just with the magnitude of the task. We'd like to have the assistance of our paralegals in organizing and reviewing.
Sure.
And likewise, Judge, we would hope to use our administrative assistants in the process, and they are part of our staff.
Sure, and by court and bar rules, you're responsible for their conduct, and so you'll need to make sure they understand the confidentiality of those questionnaires, and it's really your ticket on the line for their behavior. So that's fine. But I do want to stress that confidentiality, because it is part of what I'm giving the jurors on the instructions, is letting them know that there's a very limited number of eyes that will review this, and that the public never will. So. The plan will be to try to process the first questionnaires. As I said, you'll get them each day and go through them. After 3 or 4 days, we will start to have hearings. Those will be sealed hearings, because we'll be going over the questionnaires in detail, in which you folks identify the concerns you have with the questionnaire answers, specifically whether there's a motion or agreement to strike a particular juror before we ever have to bring them in based upon the questionnaire. And and the idea is to dismiss those who are unlikely to be put on the jury because of either perceived bias, knowledge of the case, or hardship. And so, I think it helps everybody if we are trying to agree to that as much as possible. It's the reason that we are summoning as many people that we are, is so that we can really cut through the chaff and get to the wheat. Any questions about the juror questionnaire process?
Sir.
So the next topic I have is voir dire, more specifically. Traditionally, the way, as you know, voir dire works in Idaho is the court first does its voir dire, touching on some essentially statutory kinds of bias or knowledge. And then counsel is given that opportunity. And so much of what would be the court's voir dire, I have incorporated into the questionnaire, so as to limit my role in actively questioning the jurors or potential jurors. I may follow up on some of the answers given on the questionnaires if I feel there's a need to. But otherwise, the time will be yours. What I intend to do, and I'll get your input on that, is using a model very similar to the model Judge Boyce and I came up with in the Daybell case, bringing in groups of anywhere from 15 to 20 people at a time, having a general session of questioning by the attorneys, approximately 30 minutes aside of those folks, get through challenges for cause or dismissals for hardship, et cetera, of those folks. And then who's ever left over of that group then would be subject to individual questioning by the attorneys. And so the jurors that are left over will be taken to, for example, the jury room and wait in there. And then we'll bring the jurors in one at a time to answer questions from counsel. The goal is, I'm not going to stop you if you're getting important information that needs to be got to, but the idea is after that more group discussion, the individual or dire will be more for very sensitive topics, also for knowledge they have about the case from media or otherwise, because I don't want them to talk about it in front of other jurors. And then other topics that you sense were too sensitive to talk about in front of the others. Hopefully we can get through each of the individual jurors in 10 to 15 minutes apiece, but we'll play that by ear. We'll see.
Ask a question.
Sure.
So the 10 to 16 people in the general session, is that going to be the court's few questions and then each counsel has general questions? And just to make sure I understand, then whoever's left from there, we pull in and then we talk about case specific information, the media items.
Media items, correct.
Okay. And would you envision that during the time we talk about media items, I can also find out their views on capital punishment?
Yeah, it may be that you are able to talk about that with the larger group to a degree. There may be some who appear sensitive to that and prefer to talk about it outside, and we can kind of play it by ear. So it's not a subject I'm going to forbid from being discussed in front of the larger group. And you'll have limited time with the individual. So, you need to balance how you're going to use that time.
We may have to see how it plays out, Your Honor, but in my view, talking about the views on capital punishment is fine in a bigger group. My preference would be to be able to get the media items, people that aren't going to make it, to let them go before we do that. I think it would save time to have them gone before we do the capital punishment views. If we know they're not coming, they're not going to stay because of media coverage and those kind of beliefs and views, it makes more sense to have them go before we start talking about something else. My concern is the amount of time and that the media coverage items might find their way into a discussion of capital punishment.
Well, I will make it clear to the jurors that they're not to discuss anything they may have heard in the media during that general session. And we'll play it by ear. If it's not working, we can change it, right? So let's, and this is very similar to the way Judge Boyce had done it. I think it worked well. They got a jury fairly quickly. Now, as much as the attention was in that case, obviously this one seems to have more publicity. But I think that handling it with first going through the general, because we're going to lose people based on hardship, based on, have they made up their mind? Yes, right, kind of stuff. And so we don't even need to talk to them. And then we can get into the issues, or they may, simply give a view of capital punishment and that one that it's clear that they're not qualified either one side of the coin or the other. But if you want to deal more, if they're hedging or you're sensing some concerns, you can use that follow-up time in individual session to follow up on that rather than trying to do that in the public session. Any questions about that, just in terms of how the questioning will go? So my intent in terms of public access to the voir dire process is that during the group session, victims and defendants' family will be present. A small number of public seats will be available. And then it will be streamed to a larger room in the courthouse for anyone else in the public that wants to watch. It will not be broadcast outside of that closed circuit. Because then I lose control of the recording in the event that a juror's identity is revealed. And then I get all the internet sleuths out there trying to figure out who everybody is. And I want to protect the juror's privacy as much as possible in that regard. And so this does allow for a public access is the right, but also allows the court to tightly control that process. And then the individual voir dire will be counsel and the defendant only. And there'll be no stream.
Potential jurors' faces and names obviously won't be broadcast.
Correct. The faces will not be broadcast, and you are to only use their scramble number as their identity throughout this. So they will never, you will never speak their name, nor will I or the court. It'll only be by that scramble number, and the camera view will not show their faces.
The juror number by which we'll name them, will that be on them, or does this court use paddles so that their numbers can be held up when we want
They'll
to
have a
register?
laminated paper, like 8x10 paper that has cardstock laminated that has the number on it. And it'll be the scramble number, not their original recording number. My goal is to try to get through 4 panels a day, which may not seem like it's much, but I know from the prior trial that they struggled to get 3 a day. So my goal is to try to get to 4 a day, but I want to get at least through 3 panel a day. The plan would be is once we get through the number of jurors we need to sit, including alternates and peremptory challenges, plus a few extra in the event something changes before the time we exercise the peremptory challenges. Once we get that number, let's say that number is 50, that's where we would stop and then go to the peremptory challenges. Does that make sense? Any questions about that?
Just to clarify that I understand it, we'll get enough people that we get 50 that have not been challenged for cause and then
That have been
exercise
passed for
peremptories.
cause, correct. So once you get that, if you will, struck panel, then we will exercise the peremptories. With respect to the number of jurors, prior to Friday, I had intended to use 6 alternates, and after Friday, I intend to use 8 alternates for a total of 20. That's about the maximum that I can fit into the jury box that we intend to use. So that number, 20 plus strikes, which would be 12 strikes apiece pursuant to rule, gets us to, I think, 44. And so the plan would be to get, 50 to 55 that have passed for cause to bring back for the peremptory challenges in the event that we lose somebody for some reason in between. Any questions about that process? Okay. So, and then when we're exercising the challenges, what I do is I give you a time limit geared to the number of peremptories that you have. So here, for example, you have 12 peremptories, give you each 30 minutes to exercise those. And it's a chess clock. So while the paper is with you, your clock is running. And once you hand it to the bailiff, it stops running and the other side starts running. Once you reach your 30 minutes, absent some showing of something happened outside your control, then your peremptories are over. Now, that's usually I give 1 minute per peremptory in the typical trial. I'm giving you far more than that here. It shouldn't take that much time, particularly with the number of people that you have keeping track of everything. If you both pass on a round, or let's say the defense passes at the end of round 4, and then the state passes at the beginning of round 5, that ends the use of peremptory challenges, because you both have said to me, by passing consecutively, there's nobody that you want to strike. So understand that that rule as you go in. After the panel is selected, the jurors and the alternates, which the alternates won't be determined until deliberations, when by lottery, who's ever left will be determined to be the jurors, and the alternates, those who are drawn by lottery to be an alternate. But that group of jurors, and so the 20, will be taken to another location in the courthouse. I will briefly meet with them, simply to introduce to them the people that will be talking to them, which will include the trial court administrator, the jury commissioner, and Judge Cawthon, who will be acting as it relates to this case as the administrative judge during the trial, to help them understand the process that we will use for juror security, for juror privacy, for reporting, and all of that, to answer any questions they have about that process, so they know where to go to ask questions about the process, and sort of, if you will, onboarding them. Counsel won't be at that, nor will I, other than to introduce the people. And then I will leave so that I don't inadvertently hear anything that I shouldn't hear on my own. I want to stress the importance of no contact with the jurors in any way by you, your staff, your witnesses, anybody affiliated with the case. And so they need to be instructed as to that. So if the juror, if you happen to see a juror somewhere else in the courthouse or at the grocery store or at the coffee shop, you're not to even engage in pleasantries. Turn tail and run the other way as fast as you can. If you have any contact with the juror, you need to report it immediately to myself and to opposing counsel, so we can then make any inquiry that we need to. I issued yesterday an order in this case regarding sort of the rules of the road for those attending the trial, as well as an administrative order that I imagine will be on the court's website here, if it's not already, outlining some of that as it relates to outside the courtroom. So my order in this case relates to the courtroom. The order, as I signed as administrative judge, relates to the courthouse at large. Make sure you have reviewed that and make sure your team understand that. There will be portions of the building that will be off limits to the public and to you. So make sure you understand that as well. I think I told you when you were here to look at the facilities, it's important that we know where it is you intend to stay as soon as possible, as well as any witnesses you put up, et cetera, so that to the extent that we ultimately may need to sequester jurors, which once it goes to deliberation, we will have to at a minimum, that we steer you away from whatever series of hotels that we've reserved as potentially available for us to use, that you're not there. So let the staff know if you intend to stay at a hotel, if you intend to put witnesses up at a hotel, if you intend to have staff stay at a hotel. Let us know where that's going to be. You will each be assigned a conference room outside the courtroom, and you'll be given a key to it that you may lock each day, that nobody, including janitorial staff, will have access to, where you can keep your papers and files if you'd like, or other materials, and use to meet with witnesses, et cetera, as we go along. All right, before we turn to the trial itself, any questions about the jury selection process or the jurors?
No, sir.
No questions, thank you.
So the trial itself, the plan is to go from Monday through Friday with the session with the jury beginning at 8:45 each morning and ending at 3:30. Once we hit a sequestered phase, whether that be, for example, in a penalty phase or earlier in the case, should it become necessary, I will likely extend the hours of the trial.
You know what? That is fine.
Part of the reason to give some time at the end of the day is so that they can do the errands of life that they need to do. But if we are hosting them, so to speak, we don't have to worry about that. And I'm sure they'd rather have their day taken up moving forward on the case. So that is the general plan. Counsel and the defendant dressed, ready to go at 8:15 each morning, from 8:15 to 8:45. If there are issues to discuss, that's when we will do them before trial starts. As I encouraged you when I first started this morning about this would be a really good time to discuss anything that you've just uncovered that might be an issue in the case. We will likewise have a period at the end of the day from 3:45 to 4:30-ish to similarly address issues that may be coming up the next day or in the near future. At this time, I do not intend to have trial on October 2nd and 3rd. Because of a previous commitment that I have. I had talked to you before about potentially being gone on the 14th and 15th. As of now, I've been able to make alternate plans. So for now, you should plan on being here for trial on those days. Holidays that I could spot quickly on the calendar include September 1, October 13, and November 11. So those are holidays for which there would be no court, with the exception that if we are sequestered, we may have trial, and we'll address that as we go. Because I can't send jurors home for the holiday, and so we might as well use the time. Any questions about that trial schedule? Okay. All right, in terms of special needs that you may have for trial, I'm assuming there's no need for us to have interpreters for any witnesses.
No, sir.
And then technology needs, be sure that you make sure whatever technology you intend to use works in the courtroom in which we will be. The best way to do that is to contact Ms. Barrios, the trial court administrator, and reserve a time to come down and try it out. I also suggest that you use on your team somebody that is far more technologically savvy than certainly I would have been in your shoes. Perhaps you are, but it's important to have your own IT kind of person there to deal with any issues that may come up. If you have litigation presentation software and it's not working, you might get a short recess of a few minutes to work it out. But if it's after that, we're just going to move forward and you'll have to figure out something else to use. So it would behoove you to have staff there that can deal with that. Likewise, in the event that something comes up last minute and there's a need to redact some portion of audio or video or other presentation, that you have somebody there that can do so quickly and knows how to do so quickly. And I would encourage you to plan ahead to have alternate versions of such things so that if there is a concern that's unresolved going into it, you have version A and version B you can use depending upon what the outcome of that may be. Any questions about technology? In terms of what we provide, it will be a overhead, what we call the Elmo device, which is the device where you set a piece of paper down and it projects onto the screen. And then we have a HDMI link for your computer to present whatever you want to from your computer. That's it. That's our technology. So anything beyond that, you'll have to bring. All right. Let's talk about seating in the courtroom, counsel table, and the trial broadcast. Each side, I think when we toured the courtroom, each side will have two counsel table kind of put together, which should give you, depending on how closely you want to sit together, anywhere from 4 to 5, maybe 6 seats at that table to use how you wish for yourself and your staff, and in the defense's case, the defendant. As I also indicated, I would provide a small table behind defense because they're not really as close to the bar as the state would be. A table behind you where you can have staff, 2 to 3 staff members. The state will have some room behind the bar, directly behind them for its staff. What I need from you are numbers. Understanding the space that you have in the well. How many seats do you need? Well, how many seats are you requesting and how many seats do you need are two perhaps different issues, but in terms of requesting, this does not include, for example, the victim's family or the defendant's family, but for staff. So apart from the 2 or 3 seats behind you, I'm assuming that's enough for you. For the state, likewise, 3 seats, 4 seats.
You should be able to make that work, Judge.
In terms of reserve seating for the victims, it will be for those statutory victims that was agreed to by the parties. And for the defense's family, it would be those 4 members that were identified in terms of reserve seating. What I would like to do, though, is I suspect that it's maybe that everybody won't be at trial every day. And so what I would like, excuse me, is for those that have reserved seating, in particular the victims, and I should point out I am going to reserve 2 seats for the 2 surviving roommates who are technically victims of the burglary. I don't know whether they would have any desire to be here. I suspect not, given the way they've been treated in the media. But if they do, that they would have seats available. But anybody who has reserved seats, I'm asking that they notify the trial court administrator what their plans are for each week. So if you tell me you're not going to tell the TCA, I would like to know, for example, we're not going to use 3 of the seats on Tuesday. So that we know, so that we can make those seats available for the lottery system, or it's not technically lottery, it's a first come system on a computerized basis. But if we don't hear from you and you haven't made arrangements, we will assume that you don't intend to be here. So it's important that each week you let the trial court administrator know. She'll give you an email address if you contact her, where you can send an email to tell us whether you'll need all of your seats or not that week, and at which days you won't. That goes for both the victim's family and the defendant's family. Right now, the plan is, and this is subject to change, to have a reserved seating, I don't want to say reserved seat, a seat selection process by which people can go to a website each day and at a certain time, and it's kind of like buying concert tickets, indicate a desire to have a seat, and the first X number that are available that get through will have a seat. It will be necessary to bring identification to show that you are who you are, or are who you say you are, to get into the courtroom. Again, that may be subject to change. I think the intent is for Judge Cawthon to have a town hall meeting with media in June at a date to be determined later, to go over sort of what that process looks like, so so the media is aware, and so that then it gets publicized to the general public that would want to be here. My intent at this point is to allow a stream of the trial proceedings controlled by the court to be run on the court's, where, if anybody's watching today, where it would be today, on the court's broadcast page. The views will include counsel table, the podium, the witness stand, and the bench. There will be no production of the video, meaning there'll be no close-ups and zoom ins and zoom outs and things of that nature. It'll be the static views.
Before the court goes further, when we're talking about the reserved seating for families in the courtroom, if we have some other members of Mr. Kohberger's family that travel and want to attend the trial, can we request an extra seat for a day for them?
Yeah, we probably be able to accommodate a few days here and there, but seating is going to be very limited, right? And so I don't want to extend that beyond the immediate family as a general rule, but if there's a specific day or two where there are going to be a couple other folks in town, talk to the trial court administrator and she'll see what she can do.
In addition to that, we have one other person on our team that would like to have sit with the victim or with Mr. Kohberger's family. It's not somebody who would testify. So if we could have 5 seats, it's somebody who will just assist them, as the media might try to talk to them
Sure.
a lot.
All right,
Thank you.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm assuming the victim witness coordinator will want to be there as well, so.
And Your Honor, as the court is aware, we have, unlike most cases, we have multiple victims here. So we will have multiple victim coordinators to work with separate families. We will coordinate that with Ms. Barrios' office to let her know.
Are you talking about one per family?
Hopefully not like that, but we're
Thank
gonna need to split at least, we're gonna need to have at least 2 separate groups.
All right, let's try to keep it as limited as we can, just because seats are at a premium, but.
Yes, understood. Your Honor, may I also ask the court in regard to the live stream from the witness stand? I believe that we mentioned this at least in passing in our trial brief. State anticipates that we may have witnesses who, for reasons the court articulated about the other 2 victims, surviving victims, that a public live stream where their images could be captured and played games with in the media world. Is it possible for the video of that live stream when they testify to be shut off and just have the audio? We also may have a small number of law enforcement witnesses who also do covert work, and broadcasting their images publicly would be undesirable. We will advise the court. We've asked the agencies to identify anybody in that capacity and to specify the basis, which we'll bring to the court. I just wanted to give Your Honor a heads up.
Your Honor, this case is very high profile, and we've had people who have expressed reluctance to talk to us and being willing to testify for similar reasons. I did have a chance to speak with the state this morning, and we agreed that what we'd do is take a look at our entire witness list and try to figure out people that might be more sensitive to having their video camera on their face while they testify. And we may approach the court with a stipulation for certain numbers of them.
Well, my intent would be with respect to victims, and I've already indicated, I think the 2 roommates are victims. There is a compelling interest to protect them. And so just as typically when media is present, they're not permitted to photograph or video victims that may be in the courtroom. If the victim requests it, their face will not be shown during the broadcast. In terms of those that work covert, I gotta see where the parties land on that. If they weren't covert in this case, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to think about that, and you may have to convince me, because I think there is public interest at play here. And so we'll talk about it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And as for anyone else, you're going to have to really convince me because of the public's right and their hesitancy can be overborne with a subpoena. And that's what subpoenas are for. So I'm probably disinclined to do that in general for other witnesses. As you can see, I'm even hesitating with people that may have a line of work that is undercover if they weren't undercover in this case. So other folks who may be shy, probably I'm going to have to weigh heavily the public interest there.
Your Honor, I wonder if the same could be accomplished with a room where there could be a feed for certain bits of testimony to a larger group. And it's still a public open courthouse, and live streaming something that gets captured for millions of viewers that lives on for a very long time might be different. And I can work with the state and then give the court a little bit more on that, but off the top of my head, that's what I'm thinking.
It's going to have to be a very compelling reason to do it. So aside from victims, while we are open in the sense that the people in the courtroom, the likelihood is we can't fit everybody in there that wants to be in there. And if I start not broadcasting the testimony, the full testimony of people who would otherwise prefer not to, that's going to fill up, that's going to be a large number quickly. And the best way that we have to ensure that the public is accepting of whatever verdict may be reached in this case is for the public to have the ability to see the evidence. So I'm not saying no, I'm just saying you're going to have to really convince me.
Thank you.
All right, any questions about either the seating or broadcasting besides what we've talked about?
No, sir.
All right, let's move to then opening statements. Let me start with what you've probably figured out by now. I am not tolerant of argument during opening statement. So if somebody is arguing and there is an objection, it will be sustained. Please don't do it. What I would like you to do is, by about the time that we're meeting again to select jurors, let me know what you estimate the time you need for your opening is. I will then look at that request and give you a time allotment based on consideration of that request. Each side will be given the same amount of time, and then I will hold you to it. In other words, if you tell me it's going to take an hour, I'm not going to tell you you only have 30 minutes, right? But if you tell me you want 5 hours, I might have some questions about that. But if you tell me you need an hour and I give both sides an hour, in about an hour, you're going to hear me say, counsel, you've got 5 minutes left. Use of exhibits or potential exhibits during opening statement. Because exhibits are not pre-admitted, even if stipulated to, there has to be an agreement to show the exhibit during the opening. Hopefully you both work together knowing what is coming in and isn't coming in, particularly where there's an agreement that something's coming in, other than spite, there's no good reason to not agree to it because the shoe will be on the other foot, so to speak, down the road. So courteous typically pays off with reciprocal courtesy. So work together on that. But technically, if it's not admitted, which nothing is by the time of opening, and there's an objection to using it, I would likely sustain it. For that reason, it's important that you, if you're going to use, for example, like a PowerPoint or something like that, that you share that with the other side at least 72 hours in advance so that they have a chance to review it and then work out any concerns they have and lodge any objections that can't be worked out with me, 48 hours in advance, so that I can then look at it and make a determination. If I haven't given you a ruling by that time and you're coming into openings without yet having a ruling, I suggest you have more than one version ready to go. One that is anticipates the objection being overruled and one that anticipates it being sustained. Let me reiterate again, please do not argue during opening statements or in voir dire, I should mention as well. Make a request at the beginning of your opening to enter the well and it will be granted. However, an invitation and permission to be in the well is not permission to invade the personal space of jurors. So understand that and stay a few feet back, at least from the bar of the jury well. If you are going to use a PowerPoint or some other presentation, you need to choose at the beginning of your presentation whether you want the lights on or off, and they will remain that way throughout your opening rather than turning them on and off again. So I suggest you do a dry run based on what the light looks like at that time to see what that looks like, to see if you want it on or off. Any questions about openings? All right. Next, I have witnesses. Before we do that, let's take a break. We'll take 10 minutes and I'll be back. All right.
All rise.
All right, we are on break so we can do some chit-chatting. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. Hit the like. Hit the like. I would be in another country if he was my family. I just don't know if I could. I don't know if I could do it. If it was any of my family. I mean, I guess you have to do it if you're called, right? If you're subpoenaed, then you have to do it. But I don't know how I would handle that if that was my kid or one of my siblings or something. How's everybody doing? Wild Angel is in Iowa. But I was wondering, April lives in Las Vegas. That's right. That's right. That's right. I know Sunshine, who comes in here sometimes. She lives in Idaho. So just wondering what what kind of news they've got going on over there. Because, when we had Delphi happening here, we got a lot more news on it than what you guys got out, nationwide. So surely Idaho's got to be getting some different kind of news, which would probably be interesting to watch. But anyways, how's everybody doing? Thank you for being here. I know this was a pop-up live. We'll just stream it on over, not stream it on over, but we deleted the other live so we can do this one. Do they even have 10,000 people in Idaho? So let me ask you a question because I don't know this. Does the jury have to come out of Idaho? That's probably a really, really dumb question, but I really don't know. I mean, I know it does. Okay. I know they moved it from Latah County, which to me makes sense. I know some people at first were really upset about it, but not so much now because they got a really great judge. But wouldn't it be interesting if they could just get people from, I guess they're not going to pay him though, right? I think Beefcake said he got $33 a day for the trial he was on, but he wasn't sequestered either. So I'm sure they pay for their hotel and their food, and then they get $33 a day. So, because I know food was brought into them, like sandwiches, pizza, things like that was brought into them. So it's not much though, you guys. Imagine if these jury members, I mean, and you can say, hey, it would be a hardship on my family because I have to make this much a day in order to pay my bills. I can't afford to take off 6 weeks and just make your $50 a day. That's not going to take care of my family. Then, of course, they will let them go. But I don't know where all the taxes are going to. Leanie, read my question. Let me see. I wonder if I should rather go to the US. I'm sure they won't want top know about your sex life for a visa. They want to know about your sex life for a visa. What does that mean? Are you talking about like your if you're bisexual or heterosexual, that kind of thing? Or do they want to know how many times you're getting jiggy with it? I want to know. Not how many times, but I want to know what they want to know. How miserable to go 3 months without social. Yeah. Yes, I thought about that too. And they can't watch TV, right? They're brought in like a VCR or a DVD player, and whatever they give them is what they can watch. Oh, wow, that's crazy. They want to know everything. Well, that's kind of intrusive. I didn't hear, but I mean, Beefcake just had his redone a couple months ago, and then Baby Child just had his visa, got his first visa when he was 19, and I don't remember them telling me anything about that's weird. Run away fast. It's kind of intrusive, a lot intrusive, if you ask me. So we have garage selling in our community, in our little tiny neighborhood here, tomorrow and the next day. And this is what I've decided. I'm going to try to sell some of my shit so I could get a new chair or something. I really want a love seat instead of this couch. And the reason is there's nothing wrong with the damn couch. I just feel like I don't have 3 dogs anymore, so they don't need a couch. The couch is, nobody ever sits on the couch. It's literally for the dogs. And I'm just thinking, they don't need a big ass couch like that. They could both lay on a love seat together, and it'll free up some space in here for me. And then I want to get a whole nother chair or 2. I don't know. But I'm hoping. So I'm going to try to sell probably the 2 chairs that are in the living room and just other gunk that I've got around, and hopefully just make enough money where I can go to the Memorial Day sale and get me a new chair for the living room. I don't think I'm going to buy a brand new couch. If I could get myself to just deal with it until we move next year, that makes sense, right? But if I was going to get a love seat, since it's just my dog sitting on it, I would probably just get a used one. I probably would. What do y'all think? Just put 14 times a week in. They ask silly questions such as, have you ever had any thoughts to join a terrorist organization? Yeah, we all wake up with those every day. Kid you not, what a fool would, well, I gotta tell you, we don't know, April. We don't know. It all depends. There's a lot of different variables that are going to go into the move. We're not staying here for sure because we live in a town we would not live in if our child was not going to school here. So he's only got 1 year left. And so there's no reason to stay here. We have nobody out here. This is not a place that I want to live. So there's a couple variables, as in, are we moving parents in with us? So that'll change the layout of a house. Is Beefcake keeping the job he's got now? Are we going to just go ahead and go to wherever it is we want to retire and then him get a job there? I mean, I don't know. I just know we're moving. That's what I know. I'm kind of excited about it. I actually like to move. I like to move about every 3 to 4 years. I like a new space. I like, I really like to move. And I think that's why I probably switch furniture around a lot, why I paint a lot or do wallpapering or, revamp it, like take down certain pictures, put a new picture up, things like that. Just because I can't move, like every time I get sick of, like right now, I'm so sick of this house, I can't stand it. I'm not lying to you. So I just redid the foyer and down the hallway. That's done. And Beefcake leaves on Saturday morning to go to Geneva for 10 days. Geneva, Rome, and Italy. And I thought maybe I should just paint baby child's room. Well, the room that was his, the color that I want to paint it. And then I keep telling myself, why? Why are you spending money? Like, you're going to be leaving the house. Why are we doing this? I don't know. It's just a thing with me. You're never, ever moving. Oh, I love moving. I've actually been already looking at houses just on the other side of Indy, up by the airport that way. And just seeing what they have out there and stuff. We know for sure we at least need a half of an acre. Now, Beefcake would be happier if we had more like 2 or 3 acres, but ain't nobody need that. He's just been sickening. They want to know how much money you intend to spend here. Oh my gosh, come on. Say 0. Say you're just going to go. Why? I don't understand. Why is that their business? I mean, and does an answer, I mean, if you answered that and said however much money, does it, is that going to depend whether you get a visa or not? You got to come up with the right price. That's very intrusive. I don't dig it. I don't. Maggie's probably eating her scouse, y'all. The scouse who lives in a scouse, eating scouse, driving a scouse around her little town called Scouse. I really think they could have done this hearing in closed doors. I kind of almost feel like the hearings that they're giving us in open doors are shit hearings, if you want my opinion. And also, I also think these should be, I mean, look at Grandpa. Look at Santa there. He looks like a pretty seasoned lawyer. I'm pretty sure he does not need any details on what is his job and what's not. And Ann Taylor, we know y'all should, if she loses this trial, this will be the first time she's ever lost a murder trial. What says y'all about that? Hi, Maggie. Maggie. Maggie.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sister. I
Well, I'm
mean,
made up here and I'm not making scouts.
my next door neighbor can hear you.
Well, tell her I said hello. Hi, next door,
Mr. Joe.
Mr. Joe. Oh, yeah, well, I forget. You've only got one neighbour, like I've got 15.
No, I've got 2 neighbors. I just don't talk to the other one.
Well, are they both as close, or who's close, Mr. Joe?
Why do I hear myself on? Got to turn one of them down. Oh, that looks delish. I want one. Damn.
I'm doing that, you see. I'm mixing now in the bowl tuna mayo with red onion, sweet
pickles?
corn.
And
No,
pickles?
I don't like pickles. I like pickles, but not in that. Not in that. So we've got. I'm just doing the lettuce now. I'm listening, Gail, but you know what? I haven't got a clue what went on in that fucking hearing because I didn't hear a thing. So I need you to tell me. Did you take notes?
I didn't take notes. You didn't have to. Can you turn down one of your devices? Because I hear myself.
I've only got one device open.
Oh, no. You got something else going on. You got earplugs
I'm gone,
in.
Gail. I'm gone.
JB, Mr. Joe is my neighbor.
Can you hear? What about now? What
Do I
about
have
now?
to talk? And let me see. Nope, it's better. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know what it was. I just closed down everything I had open in the background.
Um,
Oh,
what
thanks,
did you-
JB, because I haven't got a clue. I'm trying to chop all this and I'm listening at the same time, so I'll have to go back and listen.
is that me?
Is what you?
I don't have anything opened up.
I haven't. I've closed all mine. Shall I go out and come back in?
No, because it was doing it earlier.
I'll go on mute. Tell me if it's any better on mute.
Okay. Is it any better on mute? Nope, it's not me because I'm the only one talking right now. It's her. It's her. It's all her fault. Don't try to blame me when it's Maggie's fault. I'm echoing through Maggie. Am I still echoing? I can't be echoing because I'm sitting at the damn computer with nothing else on. It's definitely Leanie. You suck it, J. Brad.
Lee, is it stopped?
It hasn't stopped.
It hasn't. Oh, God, I don't know what it is, Lee.
It's all your fault, Maggie. I swear it can't take you nowhere. Dress you up, put a bra on you, and it can't take you nowhere.
Tell me if I go on mute now. Right, I'm going to go on mute anyway because I've got to get this sorted. They're all starving. Go on.
Oh, God. Do you know? Let me tell y'all something. My beefcake says that only women starve. He said he has never heard a man say, I'm starving. And you know what? I started listening after, because that's what I say all the time. I'm starving. I mean, all the time. I'm never hungry. I'm always starving. Like life's going to come to an end if I don't eat. That kind of starving. And he's like, nope. So then I started listening to other people around me. And y'all, I've never heard a man say it either. Never. Have you guys heard a man say it? It's because they don't starve. He says,
Alex says it all the time.
really?
All the
Starving.
Yeah.
He's starving.
I say it more than him. I'm
Starving.
fucking starving.
Ravening.
Ravenous.
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 No, I've honestly never heard it. Never. Not me.
Well,
He says it's
you
because we're
must be-
dramatic.
You must beat them lads. You must beat them lads, Lee.
No, I think he says it's because you're dramatic. Like you can't just be hungry. You have to be all or nothing. Oh my God, the French fries look good. Give me some tomato
Some
and
nice
some
salt and vinegar. Oh,
mayonnaise and tomato.
I've got that. That's
and
it.
ketchup.
All ready. All
Mix
waiting
it
to
all
go.
up. Oh,
All waiting to go, girl. If you were here, you could have filled. Oh, I'm eating one now. Oh my God.
oh, shut up.
Oh, really? Oh my God, chicken and ketchup. Oh.
I hate you guys.
Now listen to this crunch now, listen.
Oh. Oh my God. Y'all are so mean to us.
You need to get the chips on the go,
You what?
Just because of the twat. I'm fucking near being in the mouth of myself.
Tomatoes were just recalled in 14 states.
Oh,
Thank
you're
God
just
I'm
missing
growing
this
my own.
big crusty bread.
Wait,
salad.
show me. Wait, I want to see what everything you got. So we
All right,
got.
well,
Show us. We want to see it.
hang on. It looks like slop at the minute. Hold on.
I don't care. I eat slop because I'm starving.
Hang on. I bet when it's on the it's getting mixed in a bowl.
Okay, what did you put in there? You put.
So
Man, tell me
I've
what's
got-
in there.
I've got cucumbers, red onion. I was going to put some corn in, but I forgot to get it out the freezer, so that's not going in. So I've got tuna, mayo, red onion, and cucumber, and I've got lettuce, and they're going inside the crusty bread.
Oh,
Oh, it's gorgeous, Lily.
well, I'm so jealous.
I'm
Can
going to send you the picture when it's done.
What I'm going to need is I'm going to need some, you to add some egg, like a boiled egg, put that in there.
I would have had I've even given it a thought earlier on. If it wasn't I probably would have, but I just didn't give it a thought. I was going to get sweet corn as well, and I forgot that. I've got it, but I never defrosted it because I buy the bags of frozen sweet corn.
Oh, girl, just put it in some water. It'll defrost in 5 minutes.
Oh, girl, no, I'm done.
So, yeah. So what we're going to need is some boiled eggs on top of it, chopped up on top of it. And then I'm going to need some pickles. You could just put my pickles on the side.
Okay, I'll get a nice big jar of pickles for you. I'll put some cheese on it for JB.
And JB and Tony,
Swiss cheese.
I want all the cheeses. All the cheeses.
I'm going to give you the selection. I'll do a cheese board.
Oh, God. April likes chicken salad with nuts and grapes.
Right, I'm going to put this out. I need to get it done. Because I'm picking at it as I'm making it. Be nothing left.
Yeah, now we need some grapes and nuts on the side too.
And so I've got some chips, potato chips, not your chips, our chips. Some of them, some little nibbles. Oh yeah, and a nice big mug of coffee.
Yeah. And then we'll make our own little sandwiches.
Yeah, okay. I'll just leave it all on the sides and give you the bread and do your own.
How'd you make that bread?
Buy it in Costco, and you just put it in your oven for 5 minutes.
Girl, see, I would have been saying, y'all, I was in there with them bowls, and I was mixing everything up. Hands hurt so bad. I had to knead it.
Years ago, I would have done that. No more. Oh God, no.
I'm echoing off of Maggie, and I know. See, she's still over there cussing.
I've got nothing open, Lee. I swear I've got nothing open.
Ask, honey. He knows.
He's not here.
You should have asked him before he left.
I'm going out and I'm coming back in.
Fine. Unless you turn everything off, it's not going to help.
I know, Maggie.
Yo, you hear Maggie talking smack like that? Thinking she's grown? She could just talk to us any way she wants to? Or... No, that seriously does sound delicious. Cancel that. All right. Yeah, I was just making sure that I still didn't have anything. I don't.
What's that?
Hello, Maggie.
How was that?
Hello, Maggie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
Well, there you go. Is it echoing?
Yes, we can hear me twice.
Well, it's your fault because
it's not my fucking fault.
Get walk in the background and shit.
It's not my fucking fault. It's all yours.
Listen, you. I have closed everything, even the front door.
Maggie, I'm gonna need you to calm your ass down, okay? When when baby chow comes in there or honey comes in there and they fix this problem for you, I'm gonna need you to be apologizing
when
to me.
Comes in, get him to fix your problem.
Beefcake ain't coming. He's going to his parents.
Oh, well, I'm not getting on the phone to talk you to because that's what's going to be.
No, it's not going to be. I guarantee you. Your child or your husband's going to come in that room. You're going to tell him. And then he's going to cuss you out and say, well, for fuck's sakes, Maggie, I've told you how to do this before. It's all you. It's never Leanie's fault.
Bitch. She taught me that. She taught me that, guys. Bitch. Bitch.
Yeah.
Bitch.
You know, it's really how you say things, really, for sure.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Listen to this. I'm going to carry on with my dinner, and I'll show you the picture when I'm done.
Well, we're super excited about that, okay? Terribly, terribly excited about it. And Digital Maniac, you sweetheart, you, this is what Nancy Grace would say.
You know what? Cut his mic.
Or this.
No offense, but do you realize how crazy you sound right now? No offense, but do you realize how crazy you sound right now?
I love her so much. I'm sorry, April. Gotta wear depends like the rest of us. Y'all know how many times I've left this chair and not made it to the bathroom peeing myself, and it's Maggie's fault? That's the truth of the matter. Digital Maniac, have you been watching? Or did you just get home from work? What's going on, Love Bug? Tell us what's going on. You haven't missed anything because it's been a shit show. The judge who I dig, you know, Hippler, I dig him. He's telling the freaking lawyers how to conduct themselves, and then about the jury shit. I mean, I would think this isn't their first go round. Hi, Wild Angel. How you? How you? Good to see you. Wild Angel, Joni just said that in 14 states, they are recalling tomatoes. Girl, you know, you better get your tomatoes going. Mine's already out there, y'all. We're going. We're cooking on the front burner with gas here. So if y'all need some tomatoes, because last year we couldn't eat all of them. I was giving them away to everybody. And we still had some go bad. A lot go bad. Because animals, especially dogs, cannot eat tomatoes. It will kill them. So, I made tomato sauce, tomato paste, tomato stewed, tomatoes sandwiches, tomato salads, BLTs, everything you could think. And tomatoes just with salt and pepper, eating them like a freaking apple. I'm telling you what, I was tomatoed out. It was hurting to poop. That may be a little bit too much for y'all to listen to, but I'm just letting you know. You eat too much tomatoes, it's going to burn to poop because they're very acidic. All right, there I said it. I said it so everybody else didn't have to say it. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. So don't eat that many tomatoes, but everybody needs some tomato in their life. Just going to say. Leany Gump. Ripe tomatoes are not poisonous for dogs as they're non-toxic. However, green tomatoes can be poison if given in large quantities because they can contain natural chemicals called solanine and tomatine. Got mine trans. I come back and it's hurting to poop. It does hurt to poop when you eat too many tomatoes. You're welcome, lunch lady. Got mine transplanted from the little seed trays into tomato planters. Awesome. Awesome. Well, I will tell you this. So my niece, who's got two puppies from my last litter, they're over a year old now, but actually they're 2 years old now. Anyways, my nephew had called me and he's like, I had to take Frankie was my favorite out of that litter, and he's got her. He said I had to take Frankie to the emergency vet because she was having seizures and she was drooling everywhere and all this. And I was like, oh my God. And he said, yeah. He said they didn't know what happened. Maybe she swallowed a bee. Maybe you know, she had swelled up too. And so just watch her the next couple of days. Maybe she'll lead you to what she's allergic to. It's allergic reaction. Okay, so he goes home. The next, oh God, I want it. Y'all, look at that. I'm so jealous. And
Right,
that,
sister, I've got to go, Lee, because you know what? There won't be a chip left for me. These chicken in, they're eating everything. The mouth, you want to see Aleph? Aleph looks like, you know, a gerbil.
tell Alec I said to fix your
He
me.
says I haven't got nothing, there's nothing there.
Oh, tell Alec I said to suck it too. Oh, y'all can suck it. Anyways, the next day they had to take both of the pups, Frankie and her brother Henry, for the same thing, back to the vet. Come to find out, they were eating tomato plants together. It damn near killed them. Have you checked out my DIY fountain set up and the full moon shorts? I have not. I have been dealing with a lot of shit in my real life. Tomatoes are constipating. I didn't know. No, they give you the shits, gives you the runs. They're acidic, and then it burns like hell. Leanie, how's your good girl dog doing now? She's practically perfect in every way. And she is not carrying her chicken. In fact, she's just laid over there asleep now. I don't know where the chicken's at. They probably dug it in the dirt. So she's not nesting anything anymore. She's back to eating her food and drinking her water. Crazy dog. You just sent them to me on Messenger. I'll take a look at them since I get off here. Crazy dog. But I have I've got a whole nother plan and that stuff going on with my little girl. Got a plan. I just got to enact my plan. There's just too much going on in my life right now. But I checked out. I checked out of over half of it. I checked out. Done. So you're going to try again, or rather take her to a male. Yeah, I mean, yeah, her next heat, I'll try again. Yeah. Hold on just a second here. Okay. I think my beefcake is going to go to because his stepdad got put into rehab yesterday. As far as I knew, they were still waiting for something to come back. I don't know. The biopsy was cancerous. The CT scan in his lungs, his abdomen, and his pelvic were clear. So that's good news. That's good news. So he's in rehab. They put him in rehab last night about 6:00 at night. And then he'll probably rehab for, I don't know how long. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know how much rehabbing you can do because he's got 2 broken ribs and 2 broken vertebrae. So I'm not sure how that rehab is supposed to go. And then he's scheduled for surgery within the month to get that mass taken out of his colon. It's just, but I checked out, you guys. I'm done. I can't deal. I just can't. I can't. Digital says, what are your thoughts on Karen Reed? I really don't have any thoughts on it, only because I feel like there were too many people, too much alcohol, too much God knows what else for me really to have a great opinion. So I tried not to get involved in it. I did when it first happened, like before her first trial. I was looking at stuff, and at first I was thinking that she was guilty, and then I thought she was not guilty, and then I thought she was guilty again, and then there was a hung jury, and I was like, fuck it, I'm out. That's just me. Trying to create Zen areas outside to relax and do lives from. Nice. The cops in Canton are corrupt. The ATG agent did it. Wow. What's with men these days? My hubby's son informed me last night he's going to Mecca again this week. I was so mad, angry. I wanted to book a flight to UK immediately, but girl, just answer the questions. Answer the questions and go ahead and get to the UK, babe. Just answer the questions. The ATF agent did it. Wow, really? You think so? There made me mad. I thought she was guilty until yesterday. The Karen Reed trial has gotten crazy, not guilty. Well, I mean, y'all are the first people that I've talked to since last week about it. And we didn't even talk on it much. And all y'all are saying not guilty. So you must know something more than I do. I mean, I just don't think I would be any good at that case. Up and down and in and out and all over the place. That's what I think. But I'm going with y'all. If you say not guilty, I'm jumping on that bandwagon with you. Jumping on it with you. But wasn't there a scratch on the back of her car or something? Y'all, that makes you guilty. I know, because I told my husband I did not knock over the freaking mailbox. Next day, that effer goes out there, takes pictures of the back of the truck and sent them to me. He said, then why do you have the marks on the back of the truck? Shit, I didn't get away with that at all. At all. I mean, evidence is evidence. I can't help that I scratched up the paint. I had like 4 grandkids in the car with me. How the hell am I supposed to know where the freaking mailbox was? Serious. Hold on. All right, y'all, that's the longest 10-minute break I've heard. How about y'all? What says you? Tell me what you say. Let's see. Let's go.
As they appear.
Bailiff,
We're back.
could you provide one of these to each side, please? This is an affidavit that each witness will have to sign, and you hand to me as they are
Hi,
going to the
Lizzo.
stand when you're called by them, specifically declaring that they have not watched the live stream. This is for witnesses who are excluded or otherwise consumed media about the testimony or evidence presented during the trial. That's not I'm not wed to the exact wording, so if you have wording suggestions, I certainly will listen to them, but that is the gist, is that they will provide such an affidavit each as they come to testify. Any concern with that?
Not with the wording at the moment. A question of clarification, though. If the case should reach a phase 2, does this admonition apply to those potential witnesses for phase 2?
So a witness who is only a phase 2 witness
Only a phase 2, yeah.
and they attend phase 1, is that what you're asking?
If they watch or attend any part of phase 1.
Well, the problem with that is that phase 1 is also part of the state's phase 2 evidence, as is the defense's, right?
And I think that would support the need for them to be able to know it if the state's going to rely on things that.
Are you talking about experts?
Experts and possibly lay people too.
Oh, explain to me why lay people should be excluded from it.
I don't think they should be excluded.
So you think they should not be permitted to watch the trial?
I think I've got some double negatives going on. I think that if we get to a phase 2, I don't think that those witnesses have to be excluded from paying attention to phase 1. I think the protection for phase 1 is separate than phase two because of the rules of evidence that apply to any phase two, the lack of them that apply to phase two. And because the state's going to rely on what was in phase one. So yes, experts and some potential lay witnesses as well.
Mr. Thompson or whoever wants to address this.
Our initial inclination is to leave that to the court's discretion. I think the whole purpose is to avoid prospective witnesses altering their testimony in some fashion based on what they've seen going on in court. That's the danger. I don't know why phase two witnesses should be treated any differently than phase one witnesses.
Well, what I'm going to do is, I'll give you a chance to each submit something within 7 days in writing on that, and I'll look at it so that you can give me any authority that you might come across related to that issue. Give me a chance to think about it further, and for the two of you to perhaps talk to see if you can understand specifically who you might be thinking of, to see if the state has a problem with that. All right. Counsel who calls a witness, unless it's clearly an adverse witness, in which case counsel needs to notify opposing counsel that they have not admonished that witness. But otherwise, counsel is responsible for ensuring witnesses are aware of orders in limine, otherwise clearly off a testimony that is off limits. Make sure they understand, the Rule 615 requirements and the fact that they're going to have to sign an affidavit subject to the penalties of perjury that they have not watched this stuff. So it's your responsibility to make sure that they're aware, because when they don't comply, I'm going to be asking, why did you make them aware? While we were talking about the jury, I failed to give you the juror affirmation that will have to be signed by the jurors each day. Let me give you a copy of that along the same lines. So that is an affidavit each juror will fill out daily, indicating that they have not violated the court's instruction or otherwise been exposed to testimony or information about the case outside of the trial itself. If I exclude evidence and you need to make an offer of proof, the opportunity to do that generally is when the jury, when we're not working with the jury, such as the morning session or the afternoon session, so that you can make that record as best as possible. That can be done typically by simply making an oral reference to what the witness would have testified or what the evidence would have shown had it been admitted. Okay, I think the rules are pretty clear, but some judges may have more leeway than others about objections. Let me explain to you what my expectations are regarding objections. So objections to questions or exhibits should be stated simply and without argument. It should not be a speaking recommendation requires a little more. As you're probably aware, there's case law that is an insufficient objection. You have to identify what is missing from the foundation as part of your objection. If you think that doing so would put information in front of the jury that you're not certain I'm going to allow, please ask to approach. I tend to be a rather quick on rulings, on objections. I've been known to, testimony, objection, overruled, sustained immediately, without even giving you much of a chance to express your concern greater, because I can usually anticipate what the potential issue is and whether or not it's an issue. That's it. If you think your ox has been gored and you need to address the issue more, either to have a record or in order to perhaps convince me that I'm maybe looking at it differently than what you anticipated or than I should, please just ask to approach, and then we can have a discussion here at the bench about that. If you need to make a further record for any reason on an objection or in response to an objection, simply ask to approach and we will have that discussion. I'm sure by the end of the trial, we'll have to replace the carpet from the trail leading from council to the bench, but that's fine. As I've shown you before, the court reporter will have a device like this that will allow her to hear through her earphones what we're saying. There will be white noise that's played in the courtroom so the jury and others cannot hear what we're talking about. There will be a physical barrier that blocks most of the view of the jury from what we're talking about at the bench that's rolled out so that they can't see. And we can have fairly fulsome whispered discussions here at the bench about that, whatever the issue may be. I have found in, doing this for far longer than I care to remember, that when I send the jury away to hear argument on an objection, what might take 3 minutes to have the argument on takes 12 to 15 minutes to get the jury back again. And then we lose a lot of time throughout the day that way. And so my preference is as much as possible to have those discussions here at the bench. Now, if it's a very significant issue that requires much more leg room, so to speak, to talk about it, then I will chase them out of the room, but I prefer not to handle the more routine stuff. One of the things about, I've had counsel before who confuse the idea of the need to make a record with the need to get my ruling and then offer a rebuttal to it. That is not making a record, that is making a rebuttal. And at least until it goes over to State Street, I get the last word and not you. And so I don't generally afford that opportunity. So if after I rule and you tell me you need to make a record, it truly needs to be a record on something that for some reason you were unable to make when you had the opportunity to do so, and not simply to see what my ruling is and then try to pick it apart. I will reiterate what I started with is I don't like surprises. If you anticipate an objection or you anticipate objecting to testimony you certainly know is coming, let's talk it over before the witness hits the stand, before the jury's in the box, so that I have as much time as possible to be prepared so I can give you as best a ruling as I can, and so that you can make as best an argument as you can. If you anticipate the potential impeachment of a witness by prior testimony, whether that's grand jury testimony, whether that is transcribed witness interviews, whatever it might be, please get that to me before the witness hits the stand, and preferably towards the start of the trial, so that I have that available, so I can have read it before the witness testifies, so that when you then ask to either impeach or to refresh recollection or whatever it might be, I will have read that testimony. Don't be mistaken in your belief that I have all that testimony. If it, for example, happened with Judge, I don't necessarily have all those transcripts, so get them to me. Or if I do, they're in one of 100 boxes somewhere back there.
Your Honor, if they've been supplied with exhibits and the purpose was just for that, will that be enough for the court, or should I have an extra transcript at the start of the day if I think I need it on paper? For it?
So let me know as far as advance and possible, and I will have staff look for that. But otherwise, it's probably safest just to provide me an actual copy of it. But while I'm thinking of it, because I'm in my mind envisioning the materials from grand jury that we have here, the state did file a motion to get back its exhibits for use at trial. I assume there's no objection to that?
No objections.
All right. Mr. Thompson, if you may make arrangements with staff here to get those while you're here, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you have replacements you have or will get to me for those.
And actually, we had a procedural question we were going to ask the clerk, but I'll ask Your Honor.
Clerk probably knows better than I do, but I'll go ahead and try.
We can do one of two things. We can either get together a set of photographs or copies of the exhibits and exchange those for the exhibits, or take the exhibits, document them, and then give the clerk what we've documented. We're happy to do it either way.
Well, my only fear is that you take the exhibit and then I don't know what the record is of what it actually looked like. Not to suggest that you would be involved in any chicanery and switching something out, but just trying as best I can to preserve that record.
Understood. So we probably will not pick them
Okay.
up on this trip, but we will make arrangements to have that done certainly well before trial.
Very well.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking of chicanery, I'm not fond, and you folks know that by now, of making accusations against opposing counsel that are not well-founded and supported by specific actual evidence. I know that you can get along, but I also know that over the course of a trial, particularly a long one, tension rises. And so I remind you of that, to be professional. Don't talk to each other directly when we're in court, right? When the session's going, everything goes through the court as you know, the protocol with courts generally is. Refer to each other by professionally, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, not by first name while we're on the record. Again, avoid making accusations that you don't have the tickets for, or the receipts for, I should say. And under no circumstances should you make such accusations in front of the jury. It's a long trial, so as much as I want you to be prepared, some flexibility about how witnesses are presented. You may have a local witness and a witness who's flown in that needs to get out again at the end of the day. And so it may be that we need to stop one witness's testimony to get the other witness in and then pick the other one up. As long as there's no clear prejudice from that, I'm generally flexible in allowing that so that we can accommodate that. And I ask you to both be accommodating to each other in that regard. All right, any questions about witnesses' testimony?
Just one, it's kind of a takeoff of what the court just mentioned. We have at least one, maybe a couple law enforcement witnesses in particular who have testimony relevant to different stages of the case. And it's our intent, with the court's permission, to call them at different times instead of trying to figure out how to call them once and have them talk about what's going on at this stage of the case and then what may be happening next week with the case. Is that acceptable to the court?
Well, let's start with whether it's acceptable with Ms. Taylor.
Your Honor, I don't know that I have a strong objection or really any business in telling the state how to put on their case. That feels really cumbersome to me. I was hoping for leeway the other way when we would call a witness ourselves, but they're a state's witness. I'd hope to have a little leeway to do all of my examinations so they didn't have to come back. I would otherwise defer to the court.
Certainly, if you're somebody's on your witness list, if you want to go beyond the scope of direct as part of effectively your case in chief in advance, I don't have a problem with that. And so if it's going to save bringing another witness back, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem if it doesn't get too cumbersome. If we're having a law enforcement talk about a broad area of one phase of the investigation at a time, that's probably okay. But, having them come up and narrate between every other witness is probably too much. Then the question becomes is how do we handle cross-examination? And basically I will defer to the defense on that or the other side on that to the extent that we allow, which is, do you want to cross-examine about the information they just presented now? Or do you want to wait until their last presentation and cross-examine about everything? And so that'll be up to you.
Your Honor, with that said, then I guess I'd request that the state let us know when they call a law enforcement that's for a limited purpose right now, but is coming back for another purpose.
Yeah, they need to let me know that as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you don't let them know that, and well, either way, it's your responsibility to ensure that they're back at some point available to the defense so that they can cross-examine, even if you decide, oh, I don't need them anymore. You better not send them on an airplane somewhere where they're unattainable, because the remedy may be to strike all of their testimony as a starting point.
We would anticipate asking court and counsel if this witness may be excused if we're finished with them, and then I would give Ms. Taylor or other counsel an opportunity to let us know whether they still need that person.
Okay. Likewise, when you look at each other's witness lists, talk with each other and then write it in, get it in writing so we have it as to whether or not, for example, Ms. Taylor will need subpoenas to witnesses you have on your list that they want to also call, or if the other way around, you need subpoenas for their witnesses, or whether they will essentially agree to make them available. Anything else with respect to witnesses before I move to exhibits? Okay. All right. So I did require a meet and confer for you to go over exhibits, and I got those, and I appreciate the start that you have on those. There are a number of exhibits where there's appears to be, I can't tell. So for example, there's an objection to, for example, relevance or hearsay. Part of what I wanted to know, though, to start is, regardless of whether it's ultimately admissible for those reasons, is there an objection to authenticity? In other words, I want to make the trial go as quickly as possible. Avoid the need to put on a bunch of witness simply to say, this is what this is, and they don't really have any substantive discussion about it. They're just authenticating a document that if we were to be honest, there's no dispute that it is what it is. And so I may have you go back and look at that and add another column to the list, which is objections to authenticity. Now, some of the stuff, key actual evidence items, whether that's DNA or whatever it might be, obviously the defense is entitled to put the state to its burden with respect to chain of custody and all that. So I don't expect that. But on some of the other stuff, certainly to the extent that we can agree that if there's no good faith basis to contest the authenticity, then let's try to do that for everyone's sake. In that vein, I know the state had to withdraw its request to have certain documents self-authenticated to go back and do more work. Where are we at on that?
Ms. Jennings can speak to that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I believe that we've submitted all of the certificates of authentication for all the exhibits we plan to introduce that way.
Okay. And you submitted those to the defense to review?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, are you going to respond to those?
Your Honor, we did. We met with the state last week, I believe, or the week before, and we discussed some of those records. There were some issues with them. Ms. Jennings provided me with a thumb drive, and I don't know if those have corrections on them, but I'll continue to let the state know what we think, if we continue with an objection or if we're satisfied that the rule's been met.
Okay. If you could get with each other and then provide me I didn't study the exhibits that I got a day or two ago or the spreadsheet that closely, but make sure I'm aware specifically of which exhibits there is no objection to the self-authenticating or otherwise not an objection to authenticity. Doesn't sound like we're going to need a hearing on that, at least for the time being, though.
Not that I'm aware of now, but certainly we'll keep our eye on it. I can alert the court, and if we can squeeze it into June 18th, that's possible. Maybe we
Sure.
can start that at noon.
Mhm. Okay. And then I would certainly caution, at least because the state goes first for now, I'll say the state, that, belts and suspenders are good ideas when it comes to trial. So I would have my people I need to authenticate things under subpoena just in case. Especially if they're out-of-state witnesses, because that's not something you can do overnight. So the methods of displaying evidence to the jury, generally there's 3 ways to do that. One is by putting it on the Elmo and projecting the physical document, whether it's a writing or something else. The other is if it's a writing or something else, using litigation software of some kind to project it through the computer. And the third is passing it through the jury. That last one is the one I want to avoid as much as possible because that just takes too much time. So try to use the other 2 approaches as much as possible. Now, there are going to be some physical objects that it may be important for the jury to see, and I get that. But in general, photographs, things that are in writing.
All right, can you guys hear me? Because I want to make sure that we didn't freeze. So it's this that froze. Let's see what we can do about that. Hold on. Oh, you're welcome, 12 gauge. Happy to help, honey. And there's a lot. I think this is week 17 or 18 that we're into. I don't care if you pick and choose and just make up what you want to make up. You're welcome to use it. I won't strike you at all. And I would love to have you up on panel. Let's do a panel together. That'd be fun. All right, let me see what's going on with this. Oh, Hip Hippler right here, you guys. He's my buddy. Let me see. He's taking him a drink of water because he's talking too much. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Give me just a second. No, that's not where I want to go. Let me pull this back up. Okay. All right. Let me put it back up here.
Exhibit 47.
Let me make it
and then
big.
You have 47A,
There we go.
47B, 47C is marked exhibits. They
I'm
go to
ready.
47, but they're separate
And I'll make
exhibits,
it big
so the
here.
jury can keep
There we
those,
go.
in mind, and we can keep track of those.
Freeze frame. All right, let me stop. Y'all didn't come here
Looks
for me
like
to
from what I
sing.
received, the state's using S- number for its exhibits, and the defense is just using numbers. Is that accurate? Hopefully that won't get too confusing for people. Where we can, what I also suggest is that the defense is going to use as part of its case the same exhibit that the state has used and admitted. Let's not admit another copy of the same thing. Let's just use, so I like to say, the parties don't own the exhibits once they're admitted, the court does. And so there's no proprietary interest there. So if you already have it admitted in the form, just use that exhibit. Okay. I think my staff explained to you that in terms of submitting exhibits to the court in advance,
I've got it on the
you have
highest it
two
can go. You guys are going to have
copies
to
of the
adjust your
exhibits
own volume.
in
I'm so
notebooks, so
sorry.
one copy in one set of notebooks and one copy in the other set of notebooks. And try not to make the notebooks bigger than about 1.5 inches each, at least on the copy you give to me, because it's just too unwieldy to use a 6-inch binder up here. Or if I need to take it home and read it overnight to do that. So try to keep it to about 1.5 inches per. And then for the actual exhibits that are going to be admitted, provide those first day of trial or whatever to the clerk in each exhibit in a manila folder with the exhibit number marked on the outside of the folder on the tab with the sticker attached inside the exhibit, so that she'll have a box of the proposed exhibits, the originals, and you can ask for exhibit X or whatever and she'll hand it to you to use,
And I thought that was a given. I thought everybody knew that by now.
at least for the document exhibits and photograph exhibits. Physical object exhibits, work with the marshals on getting them in the courthouse. So for example, if it's something that's going to raise alarms at the security line, such as, I don't know, a knife, make sure you've got the aid of security in advance to get through that. The TCA can direct you to the marshal service and who to talk to there. We tend to use for dangerous items like guns and knives, a display box that the item would then be locked in to display to the jury. And so that can go to the jury without fear of an accident happening. I don't think there are any guns in this case, so I'm not as worried about that in terms of those being pointed at anyone by accident. But in terms of the knife, will probably be in a display case. If you're going to be using illustrative exhibits, give council notice of that as reasonably far in advance as possible for them to have a chance to look at those. Items for which chain of custody needs to be maintained until it's admitted. I'm going to leave that to the state to figure out where it's going to be stored and how it's going to be stored. Whether that's with a sister agency or whether you're going to have the sheriff up there bring down a trailer that can be locked up and kept at the sheriff's here property or something like that. However you want to do that, I'll let you worry about that. For physical objects, also provide color photographs so that we can have those in the record. At the end of the trial, we will likely give back physical objects to law enforcement to maintain. Depending on what it is, we'll see, and depending on what the outcome of the case is. But it's nice to have those color copies available for the record. Triple check all of your exhibits, particularly documents, audio and video, to ensure that there's nothing on there that is not supposed to be on there. Give audio and video to counsel far enough in advance they have the opportunity to determine whether they have an objection to anything in there, and you have the opportunity to either make redactions in accordance with the objection or to get a ruling from me about those redactions. What I don't want is the jury to be sitting in the back room while you all are making redactions at the last minute during the middle of trial. All right, for closings, kind of the same idea. I'll ask in advance for a time estimate, and then if it's reasonable, agree to it, but then hold you to it. A little bit more liberal, obviously on closing than in opening. If you're going to display things in closing, kind of the same light rule goes, which is lights on or lights off, so you'll have to choose. You can move about the well, but don't get in the juror's personal space. The state, when it gives me a time, I will keep track of that, and then for rebuttal, it'll be whatever you didn't use. So when you're giving me estimates, include your rebuttal in that. If you would like time reminders from the court throughout it, for example, if you're planning to keep 20 minutes for rebuttal, you can ask for a heads up at 30 minutes or something like that when you have 30 minutes left, so just let me know in advance. All right, questions either about closings or about exhibits?
Your Honor, as to the defense exhibits, it would be helpful if they could be separated or at least delineated between which is for the penalty phase and the guilt phase, as the court will see when it looks at our spreadsheet of our responses to the defense exhibits. Some of them, we could see we wouldn't object to them in penalty phase, but we would in guilt phase, and they aren't clearly delineated at this point. If that's something that we could have addressed sooner than not, that would be very helpful.
Any problem with that, Ms. Taylor?
No problem. We did go over that when we met last week, and I identified which ones were for a phase 2 if we get there. I don't have a problem stating so, but we did make them aware.
Okay, well, maybe if you can just put it in writing so that they have it, that'd be helpful. That way we don't have any misunderstanding between the two of you. Thank you. All right, once you get and revise your spreadsheets based upon what we've talked about today, I'll start about part of what I'm going to do with the time that we have between now and trial is start going through all those, looking at what your objections are, getting my preliminary thoughts together on that. And then we may have another hearing just to kind of go over some of that if I had stuff that I think I can rule on in advance for you, or if I have questions, et cetera, but I'll let you know. All right, anything else before I move on to jury instructions?
Not from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
As far as objections, Your Honor, the court has issued a number of decisions on motions and limine motions to dismiss. From the defendant's trial brief, the defendant indicates that he plans to raise those same objections again at trial. And it strikes the state that if that's going to happen, to preserve the record for no other reason, that should be done outside the presence of the jury, as opposed to interrupting testimony and presentation of evidence on matters that have already been ruled on by the court, if that is acceptable to the court and counsel.
So there's not a need to object again if I've already ruled on the objection. If you're asking me to reconsider, yeah, I think that's something you need to take up outside the presence of the jury, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. And on situations that may arise where we might want the court to reconsider, we'll definitely take that up outside the presence of the jury. I do want to make sure that things such as the model house that was the subject of a lot of objection, that there's a noted ongoing objection to it. I don't mind anticipating that and bringing that up before trial starts and outside the presence of the jury.
And to be fair, you know, I only have what was proffered, right? And so I had a general proffer that the testimony will be that it, as I understand it, that it is consistent with the general layout, but not to scale, and that it would be helpful for the testimony. I don't have a problem with an objection based upon what that proffer is actually at the time. And so I think that's fine. I don't think that there's a need for an ongoing objection once that's done, but that helps.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jury instructions, I provided to you, I think yesterday, maybe pre-proof instructions. Did you get those?
I did not receive those.
Have we not sent those out? All right, I'll send those out probably today or Monday. They're not particularly, I think, controversial. They're pretty stock. On the pre-proof, in a capital case, there's a instruction. Normally what we instruct the jury is don't concern yourself with punishment, the subject of punishment. In a capital case, we are supposed to instruct them under 700B of the capital instructions in the pre-proof phase that it is a capital case, which obviously they're going to know through jury selection. So there's that instruction in there. And what I've done is we're also supposed to instruct them with 700C, which is this is a capital case and you'll have to decide if you find the defendant guilty, what penalty to impose. But then 700C says, instruct them in a separate instruction, don't concern yourself with the subject of penalty or punishment in the guilt phase. I've combined those two things together. So take a look at that. I think it reads better than trying to do two separate, potentially contradictory instructions. I think that does it in a way that makes it more understandable. Other than that, they're very, very stock instructions. If there are other instructions that the parties want to be included in the pre-approved, for example, any stipulations that they want me to advise the jury of, let me know by submitting a request and copying my law clerk on that as well. I think you'll probably get before too long a set of post-proof instructions that are very loose in the sense that obviously I can't anticipate everything. It is based on what I sort of understand now. But it's helpful to have a discussion about that as early as possible so that we're all singing from the same hymnal in terms of what the likely instructions are going to be. And, you know, for better or worse, as you know, the Supreme Court in last year in 2024 revised all their capital instructions. And so in light of that, I will be as much as possible sticking with what they have provided, given that it's clear they've obviously given it recent thought. And so I think that best insulates the case from perceived error by the court is by using instructions they've recently given us. My plan would be if there is a guilty verdict on the any of the counts of murder, would begin the penalty phase as soon thereafter as we can. Certainly probably the next day, unless it's, you know, Friday morning when we get that, then we may not start till Monday or something. But given that the jury will certainly be sequestered during that process, the plan would be to go forward. I also will use as much time as I've told you throughout the day to get that accomplished as we can. If that happens and we are in a penalty phase, and there is a finding of aggravating circumstances, or then the court's discretion about which penalty to impose is pretty limited in terms of my discretion. In fact, i.e. none. It's either life without parole or death, right? In that case, I just want to get, before we get to that, defense's position on sentencing for the burglary charge, if they have concerns about sentencing at that time as well, given that it's probably not even a tail wag on the dog, let alone wagging the dog. So, but I'm not going to make you tell me that now, but I will ask you before the jury goes out what you want to do. I'm going to hand you another piece of paper that I would like to get back from the defense sometime in late June or early July, which is a declaration of last best offer. In other words, identifying whether the defendant received an offer and whether he has accepted, rejected, et cetera, just so that for purposes of post-conviction, we've documented that. Okay. Let the court reporter know whether you're going to want routinely daily transcripts or not. You don't have to tell her now, but
Daily versus real time.
so there's two options. You can have none, both, or all, or either. One is, I think we can set up real time where you get real time at your table for whatever the charge is from the court reporter for that. Also, there's the potential to get transcripts each day. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. In other words, you could order both.
There's separate fees if I want both.
Correct.
Yeah, make that decision.
Yes, not now. You may make that as we get close. just contact the TCA and she will talk with the court reporters that will be assigned to this to make sure you understand what their structure is, or fee structure.
Thank you.
And we obviously need to know, particularly about the real time in advance, so that we have the technology set up for it. And it may require you to bring some of your own technology in the form of a tablet or a laptop on which it's displayed, right? Because we don't supply the hardware, just the software and the actual reporting. Okay. My plan today, as we sit, is to get through the jury selection. I see where we're at, with the intent that we not sequester to start. As I explained this morning, the more people talk to the media and the more things that are in the media that are not admissible, whether true or not, the more difficult it makes things. And so I'm going to have to figure that out as we get close. For now, intent is not to do that, but we will have plans in place to revert to that if we have to at any point during the trial. Do either of you want to make a record about sequestration at this point?
I would say the only record right now is that we understand what the court is saying during jury selection. If we still don't know if that could come up, the potential jurors should just be aware that it could come up prior to
It'll be
phase
part of
two.
the question that the questionnaire, as well as part of the hardship determination is there some reason they would be unable? I get that they wouldn't like to be, but would there be unable? Do they have a sick family member they care for or whatever, where they have to be home, right? So we'll talk to them about that. Anything from you, counsel, Mr. Thompson, about that?
Not at this point. I understand court might entertain some things in a closed environment later today, and we do have some sensitive issues to raise at that point.
Okay. That's my list of things. In fact, did I miss anything, Giovanna, that you can think of? All right. That's my list of stuff. And I know this has been a very sort of nuts and bolts kind of lawyer discussion today, but that's generally the nature of pretrials when there aren't contested motions to discuss. And so that's my list. I'm happy to answer any questions about my preferences or how I handle things that I haven't talked about, or address anything else that you want to talk about. I know we do need to go to a closed session at some point to talk about what will be asked of the jury specifically. I need to avoid that getting out to potential jurors. So we'll do that in the closed session. But anything else in the public session we need to talk about?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Let me just look at my notes real quick before I dismiss the public, and we probably take a lunch break and then come back and take that up.
No offense, but do you realize how crazy you sound right now? No offense.
I do have a copy. I told you there's a new administrative order. I'll give you a copy of that just so you don't have to go dig for that. What's that? You've already given it to him? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Spare that we could have, Your Honor. That
Sure.
Oh, it's already at hand. Thank you.
Actually, I have copies of the preliminary instructions for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
In the closed session this morning, I indicated to you I'm going to be entering an order requiring retention of records by the state, and I'm going to write another one extending that to the defense as it relates to violations of the non-dissemination order. I'm going to give you a copy of what that order is going to look like that I will execute likely over the lunch hour. It does require some action on your part, counsel. And as I indicated, I would be open to a request for a appointment of a special prosecutor. And that special prosecutor to ask for a magistrate inquiry so they have the power of subpoena and the power to question witnesses under oath, as well as the power to grant immunity. So I will be looking for that from you. And that one just deals with the state. I will get you one that deals with your side to preserve records, all right? All right, anything else? All right, thank you. Why don't we come back in about an hour, all right?
All right.
Well. Well. All rise. All rise. Maggie? Lovebug? Mobile mechanic, it's so good to see you. It's been a while. I hope you're well. I hope you're doing good. It's good to see you in chat. Thank you, everybody that has come to chat just to listen to me be silly in chat and watch this hearing with Brian Kohberger. How's y'all doing? You forgot why you said that. Okay. Oh, there goes Maggie. She's like, fuck you, Leanie, I ain't coming. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? What says you guys? I mean, I really do feel like we learned nothing of the case. I think they baited us. I feel like there's nothing that the judge, and I love this judge, y'all. I'm not going to lie. After listening to Judge John, Judge, and him and Ann Taylor working together, oh my goodness gracious, you guys, I was out of there. If he was going to do the trial, I don't even think I could have watched. But I also feel like, what was this about? I feel like everything he said should just be per the job. I mean, he talked about making sure your witnesses are wearing a belt or suspenders. You know, we don't need to see no butts going to the jury. I mean, wouldn't you know to do that? Wouldn't you know that? I mean, maybe not everybody that's in the jury would know that, but wouldn't the lawyers know to say, you guys, check this out? Like, this case right here is not just in the state. This is not just a trial that's being seen around every state. This is an international trial. At least one person almost in every nation knows about this thing. You possibly could be on TV at some point. I probably, would dress accordingly. That's what I feel like. So I don't understand why he had to hold the hands of the lawyers and walk them through the process of how to dress for a jury trial that is going to be televised. That is one thing we learned. 10,000 jurors. So they're going to have a pool of 10,000 people to pick what did they say? 15, 16 total. That's with the alternates, because there's 12 jurors on a panel. And then usually you get anywhere from 4 to 6 alternates. What says you, Mags? That's a lot.
Girl, I've missed off of it. I don't know what the hell's going on. And nobody said about 10,000 jurors. I'm like, what?
Yeah, so what they do is they pull all these jurors together, right? And then so the lawyers take a look at everything before they even bring them into the courtroom. Oh, this one can't do it because they're 87 years old. This one can't do it because they don't have a car to get back and forth. This one can't do it because they're fighting some kind of illnesses. So they go through all of those, and this person can't do it because they're a felon. This person, you know what I mean? They've got like rules to follow.
And when will this get done?
So this is starting on July 31st, where they will start doing the jury pool. So all the 10,000, we're not.
It's going to take weeks.
Yeah, but we're not going to see that. So that's all going to start like. I think Beefcake was only in a pool of 100. This is a small case that nobody knew anything about, right? So before he ever got there, there was only like, he said 30 people that, and they could end up pulling their 15 from.
Yeah.
So by the time they get them in there, I mean, they're going to have that 10,000 whittled way down just for reasons that make sense why they cannot be on a jury. But then, I mean, I don't know what's going to be left of the jury pool if they're going to sit through hundreds. I mean, 10,000 is a lot.
JP's just says if you don't agree with capital punishment, they let you go.
Right, exactly. And you know, they ask you that even if it's not a capital punishment case.
Really?
Yeah, because the murder trial that Beefcake sat on, it wasn't a capital punishment. It was life in prison. And they asked them if they believed in the capital punishment. I want to see how many people. JB said, wonder how many people there are in Idaho. So let's look.
Oh, God. I'm dying to know what was said because I haven't got a clue. I missed it. I couldn't hear. I'd get the odd words.
Wow.
That was it. I feel like I don't know what's going on, what they've chose, except for the bit at the beginning. I heard what I sent you. And that was because I read it.
So the population, you guys, in Idaho as of 2024 is 2,002 people. 2,001,619 people. I think they can pull probably 10,000.
Oh.
I didn't know it was that big. Basically what I heard, and I was making jokes all through the thing, you know, I had to entertain myself, but I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I have never heard that. Of course, I heard some of the Delphi pre-trials and stuff, and I just don't remember it being like this, where the judge actually gave so much orders to the lawyers, like what you're supposed to do. I felt like it's lawyer one-on-one in a lot of those instances. So I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I really couldn't. They aren't allowed to have known about the case. Good luck with that one. Well, I mean, Lizzo.
I mean, what if someone says, Leonie, did you know about it? And they go, oh, no, I don't know about it because they want to get on. I mean, surely to God that happens.
Sure, it's happened before. I agree with that. Because, well, I mean, I guess you would just hope. Because look, I don't want to see an innocent person go to jail, right? And I don't want to see it done the dirty way to get them to the guilty. I'd rather it be clean and it be done and not have to go through this process again, one and done. But the hope is if they lie about it, that it'll come out.
Yeah. Sean said, oh no, JB, you don't need to see many pre-trials. You don't see many pre-trials though, Leonie. They don't usually air them.
Right.
How come?
I don't know. I guess because they're boring, maybe, or maybe there are stuff that that only
don't understand,
the
really, do you?
lawyers, maybe the lawyers and the judge
Mm.
should only be privy to those kind of things. But I do
Mm.
know that the Delphi pretrials were, we didn't have, they didn't have it televised, but people
Wow.
were in the court and they would come out every day and tell us about the pretrials. So, BK belongs on death row considerations. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Hi, rapper. Lizzo said it's so high profile. She can't imagine there'd be many that haven't heard about it.
Yeah,
Exactly. I mean, I'd be
exactly.
shocked.
You know what I was watching last night, you guys, because we think about how long this one went on, right? And I think the reason why it went on so long is because there were so many victims. But so I watch a bunch of different stuff, and for some reason last night I was watching some more interviews by Elizabeth Smart, who was kidnapped by Emmanuel, and that's why I watched it, because that chick, do you guys remember Elizabeth Smart? She was kidnapped from Utah, out of her bedroom, sleeping at night. Her sister saw her kidnapped but didn't remember who the guy was, and then finally she remembers. And anyways, it's out of a Mormon community, and she was missing for like 8 to 9 months or
Oh, I
something like
think you
that.
told us about that.
So they finally did catch her, and catch her kidnappers. He's in jail for the rest of his life. The woman who was with him, Barzy is her last name, she was let out just within this past year, you guys. She just got arrested again because of course she has to register as an offender. And she was caught at a park. Oh my God. Anyways, so I was watching stuff on that. Do you guys know that case, and there wasn't even a murder? It wasn't even a murder. She was kidnapped for 8 to 9 months. You guys know that case took 8 years to get to court?
Why?
I don't know. And they even asked her that question too. Why did it take so long to go to court?
Wow.
And she said, I don't know. But she was 14 when it happened to her. And could you imagine? I mean,
Oh, God.
I think you can. I mean, there was some really bad stuff done to her. And
Oh.
she even said on the live that she did not go to counseling. Now she works for CNN or the Today Show or something like that, that she does some crimes against children reporting and stuff like that. And she's big in that, but she said she didn't get counseling, that the only counseling she wanted was from her parents. And I guess she's doing okay. She's married. She's got children now. But imagine, I mean, by the time we get to trial, if this goes through, and I think the judge is adamant, look, you guys better be ready. It's going to be almost, it's going to be almost
ages, all this, that, and the other. So, like from what I can make out, because I couldn't hear properly, he was saying stuff that he decided on, and that was it basically. So they can't argue the toss over that now because he's come to a decision.
Wow,
Like
Lolly.
the ASG, when he says
Right.
it wasn't getting that was going to be it wasn't going to be allowed to be used. So is this when he says that's it? That's what he's ruling. Can they not go against that now?
Whatever he's ruling on, it's the rule. You just have to follow it. You
Okay.
just have to follow it. But I forget what I was going to say to that. Lolly says she saw Elizabeth Smart in her town walking around with Emmanuel. It's crazy, and probably Barzy as well. Jay Brad, yes, I didn't know it was her until after, though. So sad. So sad. I mean, I pray that her life is as good as what it looks like.
Oh.
But I just couldn't believe it took 8 years for an abduction. 8 years for an abduction. That's just.
What did you get, Leanie?
He got life. He got life, and then Barzy, the woman, I don't remember how many years she got. What was it, like?
A woman as well?
Yeah, yeah, and she did some crazy stuff too, to this poor girl. She was a girl. She was 14 when when she was kidnapped. And, I think she got 8 years, and then she just got out within this year, but she's back in jail, you guys. She was in a park. That's a real, you don't tell me that most people can be rehabilitated in church. I mean,
Yeah.
in jail. It just doesn't happen.
No,
It just,
I agree.
no. If there's,
Well, they must be pedos, whatever you say.
yeah, I
It's-
think if
stay
there's
there.
any kind of mental illness, I just don't see them being any good to society at all. Because it's not like they can go in and you can cure their mental illness in jail. It's
Yeah.
it's terrible. The Mormon Church of Latter-day Saints is filled with child. Yes, you're correct. Yeah, their names were, well, the name he went by was Emmanuel, and then her last name, let me pull it up really quick. Hold on. Wanda. Let me pull it up, you guys. All right. Let's pull it up over here. We will stop this screen, present this one. All right. This is from People Magazine. You guys, it's used for entertainment and scholarship and just research. It says kidnapper who held Elizabeth Smart captive for 9 months arrested after police say the S offender visited Salt Lake City parks. Can you fucking imagine?
Oh my God.
And she was 79 years old, you guys. I mean,
Jeez.
Wanda Barzee, 79, is accused of violating the conditions of her SO status. Get off there. By going
Was she married to the man?
Do what?
Was she married to the man?
No, they were married in the heavens.
I see.
She violated her conditions of the SO status by going to local parks in Salt Lake City. The woman who held Elizabeth Smart captive for 9 months and facilitated her husband's SA of the teenager has been arrested and charged with violating the conditions of her release. That's a picture of her new picture, you guys, right there. And it says, Wanda Barzee, 79, was taken into custody on the morning of Thursday, May the 1st, by Salt Lake City police after it was allegedly discovered that she had visited local parks. Brent Weisberg, a spokesman for the Salt Lake City Police Department, tells people that Barzee was booked into Salt Lake City County Metro Jail on one count of violating Utah's law restricting register SOs from entering protected areas, including public parks. The arrest came after detectives developed information that Barzee had allegedly visited at least 2 parks in Salt Lake City, including Liberty Park and Sugar House Park, in violation of state law. Barzee is no longer in custody, with court records showing that her release came on judicial orders. I don't know what that means. This was Elizabeth, you guys, when I guess around the time that she was kidnapped. She and her husband, Brian David Mitchell, who also went by Emmanuel, kidnapped Smart in 2002 and held her captive for close to a year, moving between rundown houses, abandoned campsites in Utah and in the San Diego area. The pair was arrested in 2003, and a judge ruled that Barzee could be released from prison in 2018. That decision did not sit well with Smart, who was very vocal about the fact that she viewed Barzee to be just as culpable for what happened to her as her husband and a threat to society. She said in multiple interviews around that time that Barzy was an evil woman. Mitchell, this is when they were both picked up from the kidnapping. This is their mugshots when they were picked up from kidnapping. Mitchell abducted Smart at knife point from her home in Salt Lake City after climbing through her bedroom window. For the next 9 months, Smart was held captive by Mitchell and Barzy and subjected to nearly daily SAs.
Oh,
Smart has previously discussed Barzy's participation in the assaults, saying she would encourage her husband and often be present while the teenager was being abused by Mitchell.
oh.
The public was alerted to Mitchell and Barzy's identities after Smart's sister, who witnessed the kidnapping, recalled the man whose voice she heard the night was the same man who had previously been hired to do work at the family's home. Photos of Mitchell and Barzy then ran on America's Most Wanted. Around the same time, the two appeared in public with Smart, which eventually led to a person recognizing the pair and contacting authorities. Smart was rescued on March 12th, 2003, just over 9 months after she was taken from her bedroom on June 5th, 2002. Mitchell was sentenced to life in federal prison while Barzy served 15 years for her role in the operation. SLCP says it will continue to monitor the situation moving forward as part of a joint effort with other agencies. So there you go.
JB saying they lived in the woods close by. Is
Mhm.
that right, Lolly? Oh,
Yeah,
God.
she actually it's so sad. She could hear them the searchers screaming her name. Is
Was
that
it
not
far from where she lived? Where they took
no?
her?
Because if you
No?
look at the house, there's a lot of stuff. There's different interviews and stuff with her on YouTube right now because of Barzy's arrest. And also she goes on the circuit and she talks to people and stuff about child trafficking and abductions
Oh,
of children and stuff like that. So it's easy to pull up. But her house, which was a nice house, it was actually located like on a not so much a mountain. I call mountains and hills and
yeah,
mounds
me
different
too.
things, but it would look like more of a mountain, I guess. And then so it would outside her backyard dips down and then you could go back up the other side and they went way up into that mountain up there at nighttime. It was
Oh,
terrible.
oh.
She is a very strong girl.
They
They
lived
lived
in
in tents.
tents. Oh my
Yes, it
God.
was so sad.
And how come no one could hear her if they were in tents?
No,
She
Elizabeth
couldn't hear
could.
them, sorry.
She heard the searchers, but the searchers
Right.
went away and she wasn't allowed to scream because he had a knife on her and told her he
Oh,
would kill her and kill the whole family.
so they didn't see the tents. They didn't find
No,
them.
no.
Oh,
And Jay Brad is right. The parents finally divorced and her dad came out as gay and left the Mormon church. That is correct. Yes.
oh.
So that's why I was watching that, but I could not believe when I was watching it last night and she said that I didn't even realize it had taken 8 years to go to trial. 8 years for abduction. And I think
Why? I mean,
I
you
think
think
it
that's
was
just going to be clean cut, don't you? Oh my God.
I think it was abduction and it was like when you hold a prisoner and she was afraid. You're right, JB. She was petrified.
Oh,
She was
been
young and
terrified,
she even admits on her interviews that she was probably very young for her age too in her mind. I mean, because she grew up in the church, they kept the very,
very innocent.
yes, yes. Mhm.
God love her.
So sad. But it's like, do you guys remember the other lady who was actually not the one in not the 4 that were done by Castro. in Ohio. It was the other one. Oh, what was it? JC Dugard. I haven't heard about her in years, but she actually had children with her captor. But she was young
I
too,
bet
and
you
she
feel
was
like that, yeah.
um captive for a lot longer. A lot
So, Lily,
longer.
getting back to Brian Kohberger, I sent
Okay.
you the picture of him where he's sitting at the front and he's holding the book of The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh my God,
Now,
Maggie, why don't we go ahead and talk about that while we're at lunch?
yeah,
Can we do that? Can you tell
yeah,
them what you were listening to, and then
yeah. So,
um and let's just give up, because I hadn't heard none of that either. So maybe everybody
yeah,
here hasn't. All
yeah.
right. I'm
So,
gonna quiet out.
okay. So what it is I don't know whether you've seen. I haven't seen all of the series of The Handmaid's Tale. Has anyone watched it? It's about what is it? Is it are the Amish girls? Am I saying that right? Amish, the Handmaid's Tale.
No,
Uh,
not Amish.
What are they? There's some
No
I
idea.
forget. They're not Amish. They're UK. Well, these poor girls anyway, and what they're subjected to is awful. I mean, they do. I don't know the word. Female castration and stuff like that, and they're screaming on the floor, and they're just used to make to that they impregnate them all. It's just horrific, and the things they do to them. Has anyone watched it? You watched it, JB? Well, yeah, they're not Amish yet. He's just told me that yet. So I thought the way they were dressed that they were. So that's my mistake. Now I haven't watched the end of this, and I think at some point I turned it off because it was a little bit. It just made me feel sick because of what was going on. Now I was watching a live today, and it came up, about all the things that they find out about Brian Kohberger. And here he is. He's sitting on the picture, and it's the lady who's written the book about it, and he's got the book as well as others, and he's holding it on his knee. So I'm thinking, hang on, he's only like young there, and what type of a man would want to read that type of a book? Do you know what I mean? And it is his age, and then I thought about how graphic the things that they do to these girls is like sick, completely sick. And I haven't watched all of it. I believe it's horrific. And I'm thinking that's it, the way his mind works, and from what we've learned so far of what he has on his computer of things he was researching and stuff. So it just made. Did anyone know about that at all? Because I'm going to put that picture up now. So I'm going to show twice here. If you just bear with me while I get this picture to show you exactly what I mean. Are you there, Lee? Just for a sec. She's probably making a cuppa. It's back on, yeah. But wasn't it terrible what they did to them, JB? It was absolute. What's that? Dystopian world. Am I saying that right? Dystopian. So I've seen it. It's on Netflix. If people haven't seen it, The Handmaid's Tale. It's really really graphic, and it's terrible, really. So I'm like, I'm lost. Sorry, hang on. What are you lost on, JB? I'm lost now. Let me try and get this picture up to show you, because I sent it to Leonie earlier on to say that the court was going to be on live, and I sent. So let me try and get the picture and see if I can just crop it and show you what I showed Leonie. There you are. I've got it here. So I don't know. I'm going to go in and put it on, so I'll show twice. Just bear with me a minute. Talk amongst.
Hearing that he was reading or watching The Handmaid's Tale, it kind of took me back for a minute, but then I haven't caught up on the whole thing yet, but I've watched a couple seasons. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all. Oh, so this is what they, Maggie, is this what they, the professor made her made them read as an assignment?
Leanie, I'm not sure. Am I getting an echo there?
It's okay.
Because I was listening to it and I was typing to let you know what was going on. I missed it, but by the looks of it, it could have been, but I don't know. But I'm thinking that'll be right up his street.
Well, the bullet points say Brian Kohberger pictured sitting in the front row of the 2018 lecture by dystopian Handmaid's Tale author Margaret Atwood at Pennsylvania College. He is holding a copy of the 1985 best-selling, I guess, book. I mean, it just depends on what I'm sure he thoroughly enjoyed. Listen, I believe him to be the killer. If he is the killer, it does not shock me that he would find great joy in this book. Great joy. It's even for me, a lot of it was hard to watch. And then you kind of you do get used to it and you get desensitized, unfortunately. It's a great show. And then what did you also sent me another note about something else.
Let me read. I'll go and read now because I was thinking, oh God, don't let me get this wrong because I do get everything wrong, guys. But I was trying to do it fast. I was trying to do it fast so I could give Leanie some info. I was all excited. So, it says the rule, and this is what I was hearing at first. The rule on bushy eyebrows is allowed. Denied ASD diagnosis and denied to use diagnosis for the death penalty, to be denied. Transcript for the 911 call can go ahead. The Amazon account activity is going to be allowed. Not allowing terms such as psychopath or something about touch DNA or trace DNA, something like that, because I was missing it. So that's what I heard then. That was, and then I realised the live was coming on, Lee, and that's when I said the live's on now. So we opened up the panel.
And then also, he had a girlfriend in junior high school that she was blonde. She was pretty.
Yeah.
She, I don't know if it was his girlfriend or they were just hanging out and he professed his feelings and she was like, no, dude, no. But he just wouldn't stop. He was leaving her letters in her locker. Yeah. Dropping letters into her locker constantly, just would not stop. And then we also heard that he did a rap song, right?
Yeah. And it's on. Oh gosh, where did he say it is? It's on. You can go and hear it, but she couldn't play it on the live in case she was struck with the copyright because she reckons he would have struck it. I'm trying to think. I'll have to go back and listen. Let me look that up as well. I'm looking this up now as I'm speaking to you.
All right, let me show this real quick. Can you take this picture down? Because we're going to look at the Handmaid's Tale really quick. No, it's okay. And then we could just pop it back up there. At least that's the first time in any of his pictures I've kind of seen a smirk on his face. Maybe he was just happy to meet the person who wrote that book. All right, let's for those of you that don't know what the Handmaid's Tale is about, I just put in what's the basic story of The Handmaid's Tale. It's a dystopian novel by Margaret Atwood. It explores a future where the theocratic regime, Gilead, has overthrown the United States. The story follows Offred, a handmaid who is forcibly assigned to bear children for the ruling elite, the commanders and their wives. Gilead was established as a society built on under patriarchal control. The jugation of women, and suppression of individuality. Sorry, guys. Settings. So the story is set in Gilead. The theocratic state has emerged after the United States is overthrown. Offred's role. Now there's plenty handmaids. There's all these handmaids walking around town, and they're all wearing you could tell who they are because they all wear red cloaks, right? So everybody can separate the only people that are living, if you don't have money or prestige or position or wealth in this movie setting, in this epic setting, whatever you have then you become a handmaiden. Okay. Her role is a handmaid, one of the fertile women who are forced to bear children for the commanders and their wives. Suppression of women. Women in Gilead have limited rights and freedoms. That's even the women who are of means, married to these commanders. They know their place and they stay in their lane. With their bodies controlled and their identities suppressed. Resistance. The story also explores the themes of resistance and the struggle for individuality in the face of oppression. Flashbacks. Offred's narrative includes flashbacks to her life before the establishment of Gilead, providing a contrast to her current reality. Themes. The novel explores themes of female disempowerment, the erosion of individual autonomy, the subjugation, I've never even seen that word, of reproductive rights, and the fight for freedom and individuality. Adaptations. The story has been adapted into various medias, including the 1990 film and the 2000 opera and a 2017 television series. And I think it's still going on, you guys, if I'm not. But anyways, the girl who plays Offred is completely I love her as that character. It's amazing to watch. And there is, of course, a lot of abuse in the movie towards people who don't comply. If you don't comply, there's it's definitely almost, and I'm not even gonna say it's definitely there's a lot of abuse and stuff that is put upon the people who don't comply of Gilead's rules. What says you, Mags?
I'm just trying to find this song now. Just be it's blaring down my ear.
Okay.
So,
April says
just
her
got that
best.
song.
April says her best friend growing up was an actress in it. How nice. Which role did she play? J. Brad, I saw them when they were in San Diego walking around. Oh, you mean Elizabeth Smart and her captors? Wow. June Osborne. Yes, I think she's jam on it. I like her. I like her.
Right, it's J is for Justice is the only one that's got it at the moment. It seems to have been taken down everywhere. Every time you click on it, it starts and then it says this video is not available. But it's on the lady on the channel, she's like always go for the truth. She said it's on SoundCloud. So that's
It'll
where
come
it is
out.
there.
All we know is that he wrote a rap song, supposedly. What was it, in high school?
It's a bit on let's see if I can see it. This is on TikTok. Brian Kohberger's SoundCloud rap song.
Oh, it might be on TikTok. You could pull it up.
So I'm looking at it now, but there's no sound with it. And I'm looking at his face there, and he's got scratches all over his face on this. Ooh,
What an
hang
idiot.
on.
Let me say this real quick. Sean says emergency services are outside her house. I guess they're going to be rushing my neighbor to the ER at the hospital on my island. Sean, big hugs to you and your neighbor. Let us know. I hope everything
Aw.
is okay, honey. Let me look at
Let me see if I can present this, Lee.
okay.
Now look at his face. I want you to look at his face by his jawline and that. Could be shaving, I don't know, but just look at this. Now this is what it's saying is a rap song, but I can't hear anything. Can you see that?
Well, that is all that's showing right there is
Right, well it's gonna move now, but what I mean is
okay.
can you see it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So watch his face.
Oops, didn't mean to do that.
Oh,
That's from shaving.
yeah, but it looks,
Yeah.
I mean, it was way after anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's
No
when that's
sound.
the flight they brought him
Oh,
back.
no wonder. Yeah.
Yeah, push it back.
The same name he
Oh,
was
hang
using
on,
on a
guys.
form.
Sorry.
So I had heard that Brian had allegedly uploaded a rap song to SoundCloud in the past, but I thought it was just stupid rumors at first. Well, I decided to track it down this weekend, and it's interesting to say the least. I'm going to play some of it here at the end so those of you who haven't heard it yet can hear it. It was posted to SoundCloud 11 years ago under the name XR, which is apparently the same name he was using on a forum website where he made some other posts all around the same time. I'm not going to read too much into the lyrics since a lot of music does have violent lyrics, but still, it's interesting to hear his voice and see some of the stuff that he said. And this is definitely a twist that probably none of us were expecting when he was first arrested.
Look at this, my mind is pissed and I keep running. Why is this? When I hit it, always leave them stunning. Always gentle giant, no defiance, all build an alliance and still think that I am peasant. I stuck in the future, but I'm never looking at the fucking present. Keep it up, act like you're all that. Here's a cookie too and a present. Led from a desert eagle, Deagle's going louder than my motherfucking beagle. And your life, you get no sequel. Leave your loved ones crying like some seagulls. You are not my equal, you are evil, but I'm feeble. And now I'm going regal. Don't with us. Pow!
That's it.
Well,
Oh, well.
yeah. I did see the first of all, Mr. Kohberger, you're a shit rapper. Second of all, you couldn't even keep up with the music. And third of all, it does sound like something he would have done. Only because at first, if you'd have showed me that months and months ago, I'd have been like, that wasn't Brian Kohberger. He's a puss. He's a jellyfish handshaker, right? I don't believe that anymore. All the stuff that is starting to come out about like when he lost 100 pounds, right? So he lost 100 pounds and he actually had skin removal surgery because he got, yes, because he got, bring it on. And you don't have to move in next door, babe. I got you a bedroom. Come on, girl. No, yeah, he had skin removal surgery because, kids made fun of him and they say that he was over 300 pounds. I don't know, but he had skin removal surgery. He came back from like the summer, as this kid who used to be belittled and made fun of and just this weird guy, blah, blah, who looks weird and doesn't look right. So then I guess he thinks, all right, well then I will lose weight and get surgery. And part of the way he lost weight is to become an H addict. That dropped the weight off of him. And then he went back to school, and his friends, quote unquote, says that he ended up losing people who like tried to stick up for him. And, there are people that'll be like, shut the hell up. Don't talk to him like that. You're rude. That's
I
me.
would have been
That's
one of
what I
them.
would say. But he
Yeah.
said those people were not nice to him anymore because he changed. He became tried to be this
Yeah.
badass kind of person, this cool person. And so much so that he used to,
Do
the
you
kid
think
who
that
was,
could have come from being bullied that much, and like he just wanted to fit in and be cool like some of the people that he obviously wanted to be? It was just all to try and fit in.
try to fit in. Yeah, that's what I think, because the guy who was talking about it said that he lost a lot of people because of, he turned into those people.
Yeah.
And he said so much so that he said even me, he would grab me and put me in a headlock and make fun of me and make other people laugh at me because he got me in a
Yeah.
headlock. You know what I mean?
He's getting the
But what
best
he
of him.
what he didn't take into account was you could lose the weight. People that are overweight and get made fun of for being overweight, it cracks me up because you can lose weight, right? And but you can't change your personality.
No, you
You
can't lose
can't
a dark soul, can you? You
yeah,
can't. Yeah.
you can't lose that face that you're walking around with. You can't
Yeah.
lose that ugly spirit that's inside you without a lot of prayer and Hail Marys. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
making fun of someone for their weight is probably one of the stupidest things to ever make fun of someone about, because that could be changed like that, right? I mean, your ugly spirit cannot be changed. Your bullying spirit cannot be changed unless you do serious work on it. And I just don't think people change until their own kids are getting bullied, and even then they'll change. Sure, the
Do you think
bulliness.
obviously this has come from what this is all in aid of now? What he's done is obviously for his past. That's
you know
the
what?
most he's just got so much hatred for these girls, I think, that sort of didn't want to know him.
Here's what I really think, and I'm gonna bring the next time we do a Kohberger Live, I will have all of this stuff that I'm fixing to talk about. Here's what I really think. Yes, he has definitely got issues. To what extent? I don't know. Is he on the autism spectrum? Probably. But that's why they call it. That's why they call it the spectrum. Some people are on the spectrum and you never even know it.
He's number one. He was it said he was, oh God, classed as number one on the spectrum.
Yeah.
On the ASD. What's that mean? What's that?
It's
he
just
was
the
capable
lowest.
of everything else.
It's kind of like cancer. Cancer's rated from 0 to 5, 5 being the worst.
So the lowest, yeah.
Right? Okay. So here's the deal though. He is smart. He is not affected by autism so much that he does not know right from wrong.
Yeah.
We've seen that in many of his postings before it all got taken down.
And his IQ was 199.
119. I thought it was 119.
I thought it was 199. Could swear it was 199.
All I know is it's really, really high. He's a genius. But a lot of people that have autism are geniuses. That's the truth.
Clever. Yeah, they are very clever.
So that didn't surprise me that he had a really high IQ, no matter where he was on the spectrum. But what I'm saying is he knew right from wrong. He was he knew something is wrong with me. Something is wrong in my brain. I feel all these weird things that should not be normal, that are not normal. But I can't figure out why I have them and if other people have them too. So instead of getting the psychological help that he needed for not the autism that's separate. What I'm talking about is the psychopath, the craziness,
Yeah.
the I want to kill people, I want to hurt people.
Yeah.
Why do I hate a certain type of person by the way they look? He didn't get any help for it that we know of. And I've just got a feeling, I could be wrong, but I've got a feeling he was a mama's boy. And his mother, we know, is got a psychology degree. And was mama always making excuses for him instead of telling him, boy, you've got some serious issues and we got to get these issues figured out before you hurt yourself or someone else? Because that's what people do, right? Then wouldn't that be the right way to do it? Like, let's get you in for some treatment and figure out
Anyway,
how to
not
handle
showing
this.
on the screen, you know, or is that me?
No, I didn't put us back up. There we go.
Oh, okay. Joni says she's 130 IQ and he's higher than her. So it must have been the 199.
Must have been 199 then. Yeah. He's very,
Yeah.
Joni, you're very smart too then.
Yeah.
Hello, Barbara.
Hi, Bob.
Did you guys know that Barbara's birthday was on Tuesday? Let's go, Max. Let's go, Max.
Happy birthday
to
you.
Woo.
Happy birthday to
birthday
you.
to you.
Happy birthday
birthday
to you,
to
Barbara.
Barbara.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
Hooray! Hip, hip.
Hooray! Happy
Oh,
birthday, Miss Barbara.
happy birthday, Barbara. Belated birthday.
Hello, Lord Dandy. Good to see you in chat. So
Good
I
evening, sir.
am going to bring all that up. We have to remember that he was smarter than the average bear. He knew right from wrong. So do I think that he just went and slaughtered 4 people because he was abused when he was younger by playground bullies? No, not at all. I'm not giving him that
Gotta
much
be in,
grace.
yes. It's gotta be in,
It's
yes.
in him. Yes. It's an illness that he knew he had. And that's why
Loads of
he was
people
posting
are being
on,
bullied.
yeah, he was
Guilty.
posting on all of those boards. And he knew he had it, but he didn't seek the right help, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think I'm right about that.
And as it being on ASD, autism spectrum, it doesn't give him a ticket to make
No.
mistake. That's to do things like that. No chance.
Let me
Because
tell you
autistic
guys,
people don't do that.
thank you. Let me tell you something. You guys already know. I've told you. My sister's best friend, she's got an autistic grandson that they have got.
Non-verbal, isn't
They,
he? Oh.
he's nonverbal. But do you know that they didn't, if he bit somebody in the swimming pool, just to get him out of the swimming pool, he had to come out of the swimming pool and sit on a chair because he
Just
knew
like
better.
everyone else, yeah.
Yes, just like everyone else. Now, did he get a paddling for it? No. But I remember we were all sitting down at my sister's house, and I use that for a reason because he had gotten in trouble because he had bit one of the other kids in the pool, right? That's his thing, is jumping on trampolines and in a pool. So he had bit someone for being in the pool, just walked right up, bit him. His grandma pulled him out of that pool and was like, no, sir. And sat down. And how you know when that he knows is because after sitting there and being pissed off and kicking shit, throwing shit around, he starts crying because he feels bad. And that's his way of saying, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So then he had said, I'm sorry to the person and hugged him. And then he was looking at his grandmother like, Am I going to get back in that water? And I knew what he was
Yeah.
wanting. And I was like, go ahead, Christopher, go get in that water, baby. And she said, don't you let him get in that water. He's going to bite somebody. I was like, then I'll deal with that when it happens. But nobody's in that pool right now, so they could give him swim time alone. And that's what I did. I sat out. He smiled at me when I said that. Now, this is a nonverbal boy.
Yeah, you know,
He's-
so
He knows. He smiled at me. I said, go jump in the pool, Christopher. And I pulled my chair over there. I didn't let no children in there with him. But then I told him, after I gave him like 20 minutes to play by himself, I said, so and so wants in. If you bite them, you're going to go sit in that chair. Do not bite them. You have to share. Y'all, he was about 17 years old.
no.
He knows. Now,
Yeah.
there are some people that may not even know as much as Christopher does. But I don't want to make excuses for him, and I'm not going to. I'm just not. I'm just not. Just not going to do it.
I mean, there's some kids and adults who are really bad on the spectrum. Do you know what I mean? They don't understand a lot. You know,
Yeah.
and like you say, there's different scores.
Yep.
Do you get what I mean? But he was perfectly normal. He could run his own life. He could go and get a PhD and all the rest of it. Okay, he had OCD. So have you. So have you.
I'm sorry.
He's got, he's you know, autism. It's just not a thing to be brought up for murdering someone. It shouldn't have even been mentioned. I think it's awful.
Exactly. Let me see. Does anybody know if court is back in session? If not, then Sean wants to come up on panel for a minute.
What I'll do, I'll get my phone going, Lee, so I can watch and tell you when
Okay.
it's coming on.
All right, that'll be
It would
great.
be
Sean,
amazing.
let me drop the link, honey. Come on up. We'll talk about it. See what's going on. Don't be stupid. You know I love you. All right, I just had to get that out. I don't even know where that came from, but it was there. I had to put it out for y'all. All over there's an interview with the first lady off the plane now. I will put the link up. What happened? Did I miss something? Wakiki ka 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 ka. Yeah, April, that's funny. Instead of asking that girl, hey, you want to go for a hike? He says, I like that activity. Let me know. Oh, here we go. Let me. Oh, okay, Sean. All right, Big Daddy. Let's go. What's up? What's going on, Sean? You okay? You don't look like you're okay.
Kind of undecided if I should go to my stepfather's funeral.
We talked about that a little bit, right?
Yeah, we did.
You were
and
telling us.
I've decided to go, but I'm depicting, because my wife wants me to go, but she says to go out of respect for my mom, and I've been talking to my mom in over 10 years.
Let me ask you this, Sean. If you went into the woods and you were and the spirits were there and the god the elders were there, what would the elders tell you to do?
They would actually tell me to confront her and just to show up and show my face.
Yeah, because I would imagine that the elders talk a lot about honoring your parents.
Yeah.
Now, not to the point that you continue to allow them to abuse you in any sort of way, but just as an honor, like I'm here for you. I still love you. We don't agree. That's fine, but I still honor you. by being here. And here's the deal. I mean, if you feel any kind of ruckus happening or a vibe changing or that there might be something to dishonor the occasion in which you're there, you can always go to the car and just say,
I've told my wife if I feel any kind of hesitation toward me, then I'm just gonna leave.
yeah, and I think that's very honorable. Instead of standing there and having it out with whoever, just to walk away and say, this is not the time nor the place. We'll talk about this later and walk away. I think that's very honorable.
Yeah, because my sister and my brother was talking to my wife yesterday, and they were kind of asking if I was going to attend, and she kind of told them if your brother doesn't attend, you guys know what's up, you know. But then she was like, just do it for me, and and she also explained to them that, your brother's very angry, but I'm the one holding him back, not you guys. And so, you guys need to have respect for him as well as me, because I'm not going to let him be degraded in front of the whole family.
Right. I think your wife has your best interest at heart. And I think if she's telling you, you need to go pay respects and then we'll just leave or whatever, I think you follow her lead because I think she's got your back. I think she definitely does have your best interest at heart. So that's what I would do. I would go show honor, even if I didn't walk. I don't know what your traditions are. If you walk up to a casket or whatever, even if I didn't do that, whatever I did, say a prayer, whatever, and turn around and walk away. That speaks volumes. I think it speaks volumes. I like what Anne says. In an hour of grief, one should put grievances to one side. Unfortunately, not everybody knows how to do that. So you have to be the bigger person. God, I hate being the bigger person.
Me
but
too.
I really hate it too. I would rather just cuss you out. But I mean, we're adults. We need to behave like adults and realize when it's about us and when it's not. And unfortunately, you may deal with some people there at the funeral that doesn't realize it's not about you guys. And that's when you have to become really strong and say, not the time nor the place.
Yeah.
Y'all have a great day.
Yeah. Because you guys see me happy-go-lucky.
Yeah.
I'm not usually like this.
Yeah, I know. I could tell something was wrong right away. When is the funeral, Sean?
Saturday.
And for some reason, you're not in my messenger.
No, because I couldn't find you on Facebook. I
Well,
tried
how?
to get you, and they wouldn't allow me to hook up to your following.
Well, can you put in back chat what I look for on your Facebook, and then I'll message
it's just
you?
Sean Ellis. On
Don't put it out here unless you want all these women in here to be in your messenger.
I don't care. They can. Go ahead. Hit my Facebook up.
Sean, you need to learn some loyalty. You're mine first. Then Maggie gets second best.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, let me go ahead. Let me put it in my messenger.
What's on my Facebook? What you'll see is a raven, a picture of a raven. Yeah, it'll say "Hold the raven nevermore."
So Sean Ellis, right?
Yeah, and just put Molokai and they'll find me. That's true. I really appreciate it, Ed.
Paulini.
So
Hi, Sean.
Hey, Maggie.
It's saying here, it's obviously it's not on. It's still
That's
like
true,
it's not even saying away at lunch or anything. It's
That's
just
true,
it's nothing happening. So I went and looked around, and I'm seeing it saying here it's finished for lunch. Courts are closed to the public after, so get on with your day.
That's right.
They're saying that they're investigating the Dateline leak.
Oh, really?
So someone's saying here whether that's
because
legit.
I
So
got
when you go on,
I got the messenger on my phone. I got my phone Facebook also on my phone. So I got all that.
yeah, it looks like they finished for the day. I'm somewhere else now, so if the public aren't going to see it, because they're all asking when, and they're getting told it's closed. I'm looking on the Fox at the minute.
I don't know why it's not showing me you either.
Yeah, let's see what this one says. Hold on.
Yeah, it's kind of funky Facebook, you know.
Is Sean S.H.? I mean,
No,
S.
SEAN, like Sean Connery.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's like Sean Connery.
Sean.
Yeah, my
Is
dad.
it,
My
is
dad
it just
named
your
it
name
Sean
or your
Connery.
wife's too?
Yeah, because he loved 007, James Bond.
Oh,
No, I think it's definitely finished. See, they're all complaining about how loud the judge was talking. Thank you, because so was I.
are you sure, Sean? It says Kanakaki.
Yes, that's the one.
That's you.
That's the one.
Woo!
That's the one.
I got you, Big Daddy. So it doesn't
Oh,
say.
that's it now, Sean. You're gonna get hounded now. She'll be like,
It's
I'm,
all
I'm
in your
good.
inbox.
I'm gonna be all over Sean like a cheap suit.
It's all good.
Yeah, so it's saying sorry. This media is offline when you go into the court. So I think that's
It's
it.
all good. You know, I
She
mean,
won't. You'll be lucky, Sean. You'll be lucky. I can't get hold of her.
if
She's
I can't,
ruthless.
you know, if I didn't enjoy coming here, I wouldn't be here.
He wouldn't be here.
Oh, we love you, Sean. How are you anyway? What's
Oh, I
going
feel
on?
the same way.
Because
Well, you
I
guys.
missed what's happening. So you'll have to update me. What's going on, love? I missed it because I was looking for the course. If you don't mind telling me, that is. You look a bit
Hello,
down.
Lucy. Hello.
What happened lately in Hawaii? A road ranger from California recently got arrested because he hit a local woman who's a mother and her daughter, the daughter has her baby child in the car, and all they said is to the guy, slow down. He made a U-turn and punched him in the face.
Oh God.
Oh,
But
wow.
then here's the thing that what happened. When he ended up in the correction prison, the local inmates beat him up.
Good for them.
Wow.
But
Listen.
here's the stupid thing. The court is actually thinking about giving him bail of $100,000.
So wait a minute. Is he in jail in California or is he in jail in Hawaii?
In Hawaii.
On your island or no?
No, in Oahu. But,
wow.
but he just was released in California, paroled out over a 10-month sentence for having the same thing, a road rage.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
Yeah, so he thinks he can come to Hawaii, do the same thing, and just hide.
Oh my gosh. Before I forget.
Excuse me. Joni's just said News Nation says court's on a break. Let me check it up because I checked about 4 there and they were all saying the same. So I'll check it up. Bear with me. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I think they said that they were going to go into private though, but just check it out. Let me see.
Yeah,
Before I forget, guys, thank you to the mods for being here. Will y'all do me a favor? Drop links for me and make sure everybody here gets the mods get their links dropped, and everybody who supports the channel also, please drop their links for me. I forget to say that all the time. And if anybody is subbed up to 12 gauge investigates, investigations, if we could sub to him too. Dadgummit, I got the hiccups. I don't like it. Yeah, April, tell him. Tell him, April. Nobody
I just
listens to
did.
me around here, April. Nobody
I
listens
just
to
did.
me.
Yo,
Thank you, April.
yo, sub up and hit that like button, yo.
Hit
These
that
two-
like button, y'all.
Yeah, these two are cool. And
We
if you
are
don't do it,
cool.
you're insulting me.
Don't insult our resident Hawaiian. The stripper of the channel. So are all your kids gonna go, or just you and your wife, Sean, to the funeral?
well, she wants to take all the kids to see their grandmother because they hardly see your grandmother.
Yeah, of course.
But then also my oldest daughter who was living with them is kind of feeling the pressure because she's treating my daughter the same way as she treats me.
Mm.
And so my aunt is over there trying to tell her, you need to stop.
Does your daughter know that you're her dad?
Oh yeah. Because we
Okay.
had her since 5, and then that's when after I told them no numerous of times that they wanted to adopt her. I said no. They ended up taking me to family court for custody.
Mm.
I could have said no, but I said, you know what? Screw it. I just walked out.
Is that your? I'm sorry.
No worries.
Is that your wife's daughter as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because only my son is actually my wife's son. But then she got pregnant when she was in high school, and the guy left her. Didn't even show up for the birthing of his son.
Okay.
And so I came in at 3 when he was 3, and I adopted him and raised him for 15 years.
All right, I get you. I feel you, dog. I feel you. What says you, Mags?
What says me? It says News Nation, we'll be right back. But that's all it says. But people in the chat are saying it's not going to be on, so I don't know. So I've asked Joni to keep an eye on it because my battery's dying.
Thank you, Joni.
They're prolonging the case. Come on, it's propaganda.
No, I mean these are just pre-trial hearings.
I'm just joking.
I'm just telling you, if we don't go to trial on my birthday,
Oh, they're gonna drag this into years. Can be up to 10 years for.
Well, yeah,
actually,
yeah.
I
just want to see it too. I mean, of course he's gonna appeal it, but
yeah.
I really want to see it.
Well, he says he's convinced he's going to be found not guilty.
Right. Maggie heard that earlier today too. He sure did.
Oh, here's the thing you guys gotta notice is his council is filled with women.
Yeah.
How can you be a council of women when the woman was the victim? And that's a man.
Listen, no morals. I don't know. Hey, you guys, everybody that's in chat in the Naked Bushes or wherever you are, please sub up to my friends. Please sub up to my friends.
I think only his Jungle Boy is in the Naked Bushes.
Listen, we've had some really weird stuff go on in the Naked Bushes. Maggie, what are you doing, love bug?
Sure.
That's what's showing when I'm searching through for the news channels, to find this Kohberger. Look what's showing for your channel.
Come on, ladies, come on up.
Look at you, Sean. You're showing for Leanie's channel.
Look at that
Sexy
shoulder.
beast.
Look at those shoulders.
You sexy beast. Gotta love the shoulders.
Yeah.
Oh God. Right, let me get me off. Where am I?
Let me
Is
get
it
me
that
off.
one
Where am
there?
I?
Maggie's
Where
got
am I? Here I am.
Here I am.
Maggie, that was said in chat with a laughing face. I know. I think she was just laughing the fact that everyone's waiting and it's not coming back on. Because I'm sure they said it wouldn't be, shown to the public. But I could be wrong, Joni.
Yeah, I think
Who
you're
said
right though.
what, JB?
Hey, Sean, so
Yes.
I sent you a Facebook friend request, but I also sent you a message, so you probably have to look in your spam folder or your back folder or whatever.
Oh yeah, I'll just do that right after this.
Okay, cool. Yo, I'm gonna have the hookup with Sean. Don't none of y'all, Maggie, don't you try to get the hookup with Sean.
Oh,
I'm gone. I'm going to have a swig of my coffee, then I'm going to
maybe
wait on
you can
Sean.
hook me up anytime
You
you
shut
want.
up. You
You
shut
can
up,
hook
Sean. You only get hooked up with me.
That's right. You can hook with me anytime you want.
Oh, you pair of bluesies. You pair of bluesies.
We were blessed when Sean found us. He must
Sean's
have
one
thought
of us. Sean, the male
he is
version
one of us. He is the male version of us, and he's got the best laugh. Him and Wild Angel.
He's got the looks. He's got the looks.
Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Anyways, you and Wild Angel have the best laughs.
Yeah, my wife complained about the beard earlier, but then now she started to like it.
Oh, I need to get your wife on here too. I won't tell any of our secrets, but I just want to see her sing. I want her to sing to me.
That's what she said to me first.
Aloha, oi. Aloha, oi.
Nikki, aloha.
Aloha, oi.
Keep going, Sean. We're listening.
Grace.
You
carry on.
Yeah, that's actually a song we sing either at funerals or events when we're ending the events, saying goodbye and take care, everybody. We'll see you again.
Aw.
Yeah.
What's up with the wall in back of you, Sean? Do you need me to come and finish painting? I'm a painting kind of girl.
No, that's my son's job. He hasn't finished it yet. I hate this blue.
Oh wait, so you're taking off the blue? I thought you were putting the blue on.
He put it on, but see, it's only half-ass he did it.
Oh, he needs a whooping.
He needs a whooping.
He needs a whooping.
He needs a smack.
A spanking.
Yeah, and I hate that
you
blue.
Say a smacked ass.
I told him I did not want Smurf blue.
It doesn't look like Smurf. It looks like the ocean, Sean.
Well, it's a lot greener because you had to mix it.
Oh, I think it looks beautiful. I mean, to be in a Hawaiian house, I love it.
Yeah, but then the dude does not know how to paint because he painted a ceiling. I swear to God.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? I don't think they're going to come back live, Maggie.
I don't think so.
I need to take some medicine. Maggie, what you got, girl? What you got? Uh-oh, Max.
She's all around.
She's got two avatars and both are silenced.
I know she's got twins.
I want to make sure that I am subbed up
I'm
to all
showing you what I'm making.
Oh, Maggie.
See, when I told you I was having the neck last night, that's going to be a roll neck. We've got far to go, yes.
A turtleneck?
It's doing crochet. It's a crochet poncho, but it's not raw where the points are at the front. They're going to be at the sides.
Yeah, okay, I know what you mean.
Just thought I'd show you that.
That's real there.
Okay, I'm running around YouTube right now trying.
Put me phone's
I thought you were going to say you're running around your room flunky.
Oh no. I just need to make sure that I am subbed up to all these individuals. And I wasn't subbed up to Jeff. I couldn't believe it. I got everybody else. You know, I haven't even made myself a mod. And so when I click on things, I can't see what you mod see. It doesn't do anything for me.
You guys want to see my class reunion t-shirts?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. This is a class for a t-shirt for next week.
Are you burning something?
No.
Not you.
Class
Are
of
you?
95.
What's burning? What are you cooking?
And then
Huh?
it says 30 years.
I think she's talking to Beefcake.
No, I was talking to Bonus Child. He's
Oh.
cooking something. Okay. What now? What did I miss? Go ahead, Sean. I missed it. I'm
It's a
sorry.
class reunion shirt for my class.
Oh.
Glaze on it.
Oh, I love it. Is it what how many years class reunion?
Right here. 30 years.
Oh my god. Shit.
And this one's a long sleeve.
I love the color. That's the color of my fingernails and my toenails right now.
Yeah, that's our class.
Is
That's
it?
our class
It's
color.
so easy.
The women of our class picked the purple on its senior year.
Purple's pimp.
Yeah, well, not much Hawaiian men pick purple.
I did purple on my fingernails and toenails for my mom.
Why? Because
And
a girl's color.
no, it's my mom's favorite color.
I don't know about that. Nobody in Hawaii, the man think that the purple is a girl's color.
Oh, you guys are so still set back in the 70s and 60s. In the 80s, pink and purple became pimp.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Nobody-
love it.
Us guys, we love black.
Beefcake was wearing
my
a Hawaiian
God.
shirt yesterday.
Oh, no ways.
Yeah, he got it in the Bahamas.
Okay. That's cool.
Can I
Purple is
just
the
say to
color of
Lizzo,
passion.
Lizzo, just do rib stitch. Just start doing rib stitch around the neck. Just keep going round, 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 round till you get it to where you want it. I've just tried to type that and it's saying it won't let me put the comment in because all I put was Lizzo. Just go to the neck and do rib stitch. It's so easy. And they've stopped
Yeah,
that.
it is. Yeah, it is. Because what it is being that we have 7 different islands, each island is represented by color. Like my island is green.
My favorite island. I told y'all we're going there.
They are, yeah. Favorite color, Lee?
Yeah, because each island has its own what you call chief, and they're under the king and queen in the Hawaiian kingdom.
Do you think that I could be a chief?
There was a queen in charge after the king died.
But I really just want to be called chief.
Oh, you would be a queen, not a chief. Because you're a female monarch, you would be known as a queen.
Let me show you guys something. I want to show you guys this. I saw this when I was asking Sean to be my BF on Facebook. Look at this picture. Where was it? I want to hang out, right? Look at that.
That's my side. That's on my side.
This is your side?
Yeah. That's on my side.
Where's the road?
The road is
it right here?
See it with,
Oh
yeah, you
my
can't see it.
God, isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah.
And this is Sean's side.
Yeah.
I knew I wanted to go there.
Yeah.
Joni said, News Nation's just posted the court has been out to lunch an hour and 15 minutes. They should be back soon.
Okay.
Yeah, because I live on the
Joni.
mountain countryside.
Look at what?
I said,
What, Maggie?
Go ahead, Maggie.
I never said any, love.
Look at that, you guys.
Isn't
How
that
many
so-
waterfalls do you have?
Oh shoot, there's more than 20.
Will you send me pictures of it?
Wow.
Yeah, because basically they're on the opposite side of that side of the island.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you have to get by boat for on that side.
Oh, I'll
That,
get in your boat.
see, that is Halava. That has
Ha-
the biggest waterfall. It has twin waterfalls there.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, they have.
That is gorgeous. I'm gonna go hang out there. That way nobody can see me in the bathing suit.
I can actually drive there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's all the way on
man.
the east side on my side of the island.
What is this?
That is that's an island off of Maui.
Okay.
Shoot, I
But
forgot.
people don't live on that one, right?
No, that's Lono Kili.
Are you sure that's not Epstein's Island? I'm
No,
just
no.
curious.
Epstein is on the big island. Is
Oh.
that kind of, Epstein is the guy from the Butler Nai.
Could you guys imagine having sex out here? Oh my God. Woo! I go just for the sex. I'm not kidding you. Stop it right now. Maggie, this is right up your area. This is what my sister and
You see that map of Molokai with the geographical?
this one.
Yes.
This okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you look at it, there's different places of Molokai if you zoom into it.
Okay, let me see. Oh my God, I just got a hot flash. Let's go to the photo gallery. Okay.
Guess
So
what? Alex wants to pick me up now, Leanie.
what? He's gonna pick you up.
Bone china cups. I seen them and I thought of you. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to get these bone china cups.
So
in.
you see,
If my Leanie ever comes to my house for a cup of
so you
coffee,
see that part
that's
that
what
looks
she's
like a
getting.
boot? The tip that part that looks like a boot. That's
This-
where you just was looking at. Halava Valley.
Oh, this out here?
Yeah.
Sorry, Maggie. I would be so
It's
excited
okay,
if you
don't
got
worry.
some of those.
I am.
Oh, look.
Well, I got me mates 4, so I already had one. She's seen mine. Everyone wants it when they came in, so Alex going anyway. So he's picking me 3 more up. So I've got a little set of 4.
And then you see that comb-looking top on the top part of the island?
Do I keep going up?
Yeah, no, it's all the way on the top. It looks like a comb area, like this.
The
on
top left, is it, Sean?
It's in
top
the middle
left.
of the island on the top. That is the leper colony.
Oh,
It's what?
The leprosy colony.
You have a
Oh.
leprosy colony?
Yes.
Oh,
wow.
right here?
Yes, because
It's called,
what
it's
happened
called,
is when
say the
Captain
name
Cook
for
and
me.
his sailors came here, they had scurvy, leprosy, and all that different diseases. And so they infected by the local people by having sex with the women and the women giving birth to kids having leprosy. So what the state did, the state of Hawaii, was take them to the island of Molokai and find a certain place where they just dump them on us off the boats to swim to shore.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Gods.
And just left them in squalor.
It says, I just brought it up. It says, how do I say it? The Kala'aupu,
Kalapapa. Kalau Papa.
Kalau
Papa.
Papa. The Kalau Papa Peninsula on Molokai, Hawaii, was a remote and isolated location that served as a leprosy colony for over a century.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so if Captain Cook didn't come to Hawaii, we wouldn't have that here.
Wow. Do you guys ever go over there?
No.
I would be scared to go
You
too.
either gotta be invited or on a tourist group.
Y'all, here's
Yeah.
the cemetery.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the guy that was in charge was a priest, a Catholic priest from Belgium.
oh
His name was
wow.
Father Damien. He stayed there and lived there amongst the people, and he himself became a leper victim.
Oh wow. Oh man.
And then
Here's another one.
they still have nuns there that do the religious practitioner things down there.
Yeah, this says former leprosy cemetery, Saint Philomena, Father Damien something. I guess he's buried here.
Yeah, he's from Belgium. He's a Belgium guy
Wow.
and assigned to that place.
Wow, look at your guys' waves. That is insane.
Yeah.
So which island gives off like the best waves to
Well, a lot of people like to go to Maui. There's a place
uh-huh.
called Jaws that goes up to 70, 80 feet. And a lot of people do the big wave surfing during the Christmas season. That's why you see a lot of big wave surf contests during the Christmas season, all the way to maybe January, February.
I'm trying to tap on this map that you told me to tap on. This is as big as I can make it.
Okay, no worries.
Hold on, wait, I'm way behind you guys. Where am I? StreamYard. This is
But there's
StreamYard.
also one of the biggest things that happens to my island is we have the World Canoe Paddling Contests here, men's and women's.
Oh, hold on just a second. Let me take this one off and then I'll present this one and then you could show us. Oh,
And what they do is they paddle from a certain place on my island to the island of Oahu where Waikiki is.
okay, so let's bring this up as big as I could get it. All right, so tell us. Let me see what this says. I have to go back over to StreamYard to bring it up. Over to. Okay, so it says this right here is Kapuhi Beach.
Yes, that's where you guys seen the mansions.
Uh-huh. Oh
That-
yeah, that we were looking.
That's where it is.
Okay. Oh, so you've got roads, but this
One
is the
highway.
only
One
one
highway.
highway.
Yeah.
But then you have little roads that go through it, yeah?
No.
Oh,
From east to west and west to east.
that's
one-
it.
Yep.
Oh wow. And then right here is Mo'omami.
Momomi. That's
Mo'omomi.
yes,
What's that?
that's the Hawaiian homestead. You gotta be on. You gotta. It's like how the Indians have reservations.
Uh-huh.
That's our reservation program.
Oh, gotcha. All right. And then
You have
this.
to be at least 50% Hawaiian to actually qualify for it. I don't.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't.
You don't qualify for it.
No.
But your dad is American, right?
Yes, he's American Hawaiian.
But your mom is Hawaiian, right?
Hawaiian Filipino.
Oh, okay.
Mixed race, yeah.
Okay. And then this is the Kalaupoa.
Kalapapa. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the leper colony is, right there.
Also, Lini, that's where the Phallic Rock is located.
The one where you can get pregnant.
The one you said you like big sizes.
Yeah, the big dick rock. All right, and then this is Halawa Valley.
Kalava'o. W is V. Kalava'o.
No, this is H. H-A. Oh, maybe it is a V. Okay. All right. And then there's a falls there.
Yes.
And
See,
then
okay. What you see where Kalapapa is, that's
Yes.
known as the backside. That's where
Okay.
all the waterfalls are located.
okay.
And that's where the highest sea cliffs in the world is located.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So if we were going to go to a major Hawaiian island, which way would we Would we go out this way or would we go out this way if we were going
Okay,
by boat?
Actually, when you come from Oahu or Maui, you will be landing in Honolulu Airport.
Right here.
Yeah,
So can you not get back and forth by boat?
you can from Maui.
So only Maui? That's it?
Yeah, because Oahu, we don't want Oahu people coming here and taking our resources and
Oh,
putting it
gotcha.
in supermarkets. Yeah.
Gotcha. So which side of the island would we leave from if we were going to go in a boat?
You're coming from toward Halawa side.
North, south, east, or west? Well, I don't know that either.
The east, northeast. Yeah, right
So
there.
up here?
Yeah, that's Halawa.
Okay.
Because when you're facing around Halawa, you'll able to see Maui.
Oh, you can see Maui from there?
Yes. And then
This-
behind it is the big island.
Of the big island of Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay. This says Our Lady of Seven Sorrows. What's that about?
Church. Okay. Father Damien, when he came here, he established 3 different churches on the island, trying to spread the Catholic Church, which is great, you know. And he did a lot of blessings here. But at the same time, the Oahu chapter of Catholic churches assigned him to Kalapapa and told it to remain there. And they just left him there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's really sad. So you have fish ponds, it says.
Yeah.
Why do you have fish ponds when you could just throw a fishing pole in the water?
Ancient Hawaiians used to build, like aquatic ponds. So during the time of the tides, the fish would come into the pond, and in that way they can trap them.
Okay.
And gather the fish, and then at the same time they can separate the big ones from the small ones and throw the small ones back.
Gotcha.
To rejuvenate. Yeah.
All right. And then down here it says Smith and Bronte Landing. What's that?
Yeah. That used to be an ancient that used to be an airport back in the 1800s.
Oh.
And what happened is Smith and Bronte attempted a flight from Maui and they crashed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right. St. Joseph's at Kamalo.
Kamalo. Yes.
What's that? Another church?
That's the second church Father Damien created on Molokai.
All right. And then one Alai Park.
Ololi'i.
Uh-huh.
That's a community park. That's holds venues like family gatherings, funerals, luau's, graduation luau's. Yeah.
So which side of the beach again is your side of the beach? I forget.
Okay. I'm
one?
I'm closer to the Lady of Sorrow.
Over here.
Yeah.
Our Lady of Sorrow over here.
Yeah.
Okay. So it wouldn't take you long to go up and then get on a boat and go on over to an island.
No, maybe an hour.
So how if we were gonna go from like east to west on your island, how long is that if we take the highway?
45 minutes, depending on how I drive.
No shit. 45 minutes all the way across this island?
Yeah. Depending how I drive.
Well, do you have speed limits up there?
Yeah, we do, but I don't follow. Fuck them.
Of course that. But so like what would it be if do you drive the same kind of cars that America drives?
I have a Toyota Tacoma four-wheel drive.
Well, then yes, you do.
35 quad truck.
So, what would the speed limit be over there? Do you do kilometers or do you do miles?
Miles per hour.
So what's the speed limit?
in town is 30 miles per hour. If you pass in the school, it's 20. My area is 45. I usually go 60.
Oh, brother. Let me tell you, you know what our highways are? You know what our interstates
No,
are?
no.
75, 80. We easily go 90.
Oh, I would have no problem with that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then some states kept theirs at like 65. That's annoying because when you're running 80 miles an hour and then you drop down to 65, the speed limit, you feel like you could run that fast.
Exactly.
You can't, but you feel like you can. Well,
No,
I
plus,
think
plus the people are annoying on the road.
that's true. I was talking to my oldest son and he was headed out to Cincinnati today and he said, these people are annoying me on this road this morning.
Yeah, it's like bumper, inch and inch. Is like, hello, get together.
Let me get this out. All right. Get rid of that one. All right. I just love it. Lord Dandy wants to know how many people are on your island.
Little over 9,000.
Could you imagine? Only 9,000 people? And
No,
he saw how much.
It's not a sea airport. No, it's a land airport, but the airline that flies here, a 9-seater, usually either flies toward the mountains in the back on the north side, which is very windy and scary as hell.
Yeah.
Or they either fly over the ocean.
April wants to know, do you get island fever?
I don't know what island fever is.
It means like, you know what cabin fever is? Like you've been cooped up in the house all day?
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
No, you don't.
In the city.
Really?
Yeah, because the city draws your energy.
So the island that you live on, though, is mainly forest.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any volcanoes on your island?
No.
No. Okay. I would. Lord Dandy says I would love it. I know. April wants to be right there on that beach. I just want to have sex in one of those little coves.
And
Did he stay?
Here's the thing I want to emphasize everybody too is where Lini seen that mansions, you can actually be on the beach by yourself without any crowds.
That is just crazy to me. Well, I mean, I don't think I'd. Why have to? As long as wait a minute. Your trees do not turn colors in the fall, do they?
No, they actually stay green.
No.
Yeah, they stay green.
Yeah, no, I gotta have fall trees. AZ says, did you say you had an airport in the 1800s?
Yes. Up on my side, yes.
On his side, he says. Not enough for the BK trial. I don't this is Sean, you guys. Some of you may not have seen Sean on panel. He's been a part of this community, God, what, 3 or 4 months now?
Something like
and
that.
I feel like I know more about Molokai than I do of Indiana. And that's the truth. But I always learn something else about Molokai whenever you come on. Always.
The cost of living is a little expensive compared to the other islands where they have Walmart, Sam's Club, Kmart and all that stuff. We don't have that crap on our island.
Sean, did you say that you go hunting to eat?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just being nosy.
I'm an after survivalist.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you know what I'm like. I'm going, oh, the poor animal, but I understand it completely.
No, but the other thing too is that I would never decapitate or cut animal carcass in front of a woman. I know how women feel about blood, so I would never do that.
Yeah. God bless you.
You guys,
God bless you, Sean.
You guys, I'm looking for the court, and I'm going straight back to
Well, Joni hasn't come back to
Big
tell us she's
task force,
loving.
Andy.
And it's still showing that the courts are not streaming right now.
Yeah, and it says
I
not
had,
streaming on the one I'm watching.
What I
Yeah,
had
it's
is axis deer. This is a pig tusk.
Oh, God.
Birds, you know, all that kind of stuff.
How often do you go?
I try to do it as minimal as I can because I just don't want to go in the bushes and start making noises, you know.
Yeah, you guys have to listen to his stories about like going into the forest and
And I remember
no.
when he
There
talked.
were actually plays in maybe the 1940s. I'm sorry, not the 1800s, 1940s. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just looked for the court. So did Maggie. You guys, it's not up.
No.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I'm going back to where it says to live stream, and I keep closing it out and restarting it, and says sorry, the media is offline.
It's
So
offline.
I don't.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
mine
I don't.
says too.
So I think they wrapped it up for today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think.
I think they said it wasn't coming back to the public. I'm sure they said something like that from what I heard.
And they might be watching replay. Yeah. Yeah, they're probably watching the replay of it. Let me show you
Sean,
something for those that
tell
don't.
the chat about, sorry, Lee.
Go ahead. No.
About this, the spirits and things that you were telling us about.
Yeah, wild boars. Yeah, you're right, Lord Dandy. There's a lot of wild boars here on the island.
Flies into my mind.
And what we do is we try to get rid of them because they when they tend to dig up roots of the plant during the rainy season, the mud ends up on the highway. That's why most of us have four-wheel drive trucks here on in Hawaii.
Yeah, I think we should all get a house there too, April.
Oh my God, you should see some of the stuff that we've looked at.
Oh God, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Just stunning.
I want to play this real quick, and then we'll talk with Sean just a little bit about.
Sounds good.
Do what, honey?
I said sounds good.
Okay, let me play this. Not the court. Let me play something, and I'll let Sean explain this to y'all that you guys may not know. Some of you that have been in here, and then maybe Sean can first explain to us who this is to him, and then maybe some of his culture. So let me pull. Let me get rid of.
Smoke-free really mean?
Oh, I know that.
I'm ready for every chance you get.
There you go.
Yes.
Oh, look at this.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why I'm playing this, guys, and listen.
trouble melts like lemon drops high above the chimney top. That's where you find me, oh, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly, and the dream that you dare to, oh why can't oh, someday I wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where trouble melts like a lemon drops high above the chimney top. That's where you find me, oh, somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. The dreams that you dare to, why, oh, why can't
Oh, just makes you sing along, doesn't it? Makes you feel cheerful. Lovely song. Really is. Well, me and Joni were dancing. We were singing.
He was actually married. He had a daughter named Cecily.
Oh, how old would she be now?
All right.
Okay, that guy is my uncle. His name is Israel Ka'anoi Kamaka Vivo Ole. They would know him as the voice of Hawaii. He grew up in Oahu, and that's my mom's cousin. And he died at 38 in June 20th, 1997. And what you see on that canoes in that vase was his ashes. And that's what us Hawaiians do is we have that funeral service at sea. And one of the things that the boat that he was on is actually a double-hulled canoe that has traveled the world twice, and I think they have made stops in the United States also. And all the surfers in the water, that's what the Hawaiian tradition does, because it's like you splash in the water while the ashes are being thrown in. It's like welcoming you home.
I love it.
Oh,
It
lovely,
just,
isn't it?
that song has always gotten to me, and then,
And then to speak to someone who's attached to it, right? Yeah.
And you know what? Surely, some people may say, that's just Sean. It's not really his family member, but it is really his family member, and he has shown it to us, different things and all. And so it's verified that it is.
In fact, this is one of Uncle Israel's pendants that he wore.
Yeah.
This is like a fish hook that they have in Moana. That stupid movie.
I'm sorry. We'll get into that another time.
Yeah.
But I've always loved that song. I've always loved it. And then when you were showing me, all the different things to confirm that he was your uncle, he was your mom's cousin.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, oh my God, because I've always loved that song. I don't think who doesn't love that song?
I know.
How do you
can't hear it without dancing and feeling happy, isn't it?
Just feeling so like, yeah. How do you not love it? That was played at last year when my best friend, who's Hawaiian Tammy, her sister passed, and we went to the funeral. That was the last song also that was played at the funeral. And it's a weird, you're sad because the person's gone, but at the same time, you hear the words and the ukulele in the background, and it's just like
It's like a really a celebration of life.
yeah, it's a
Yeah,
send
it
off.
is, yeah, you're right. Lovely.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
morbid or anything. It's a
No,
lovely, uplifting song.
Yeah, because that's what our funerals are like. It's not a goodbye. It's it's like see you later.
Yeah.
Like a laugh, a celebration. Because
yeah,
eventually we'll see them again.
that's right. It's kind of, to me, it just reminds me of a send off. We're just sending you off, and
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
coming to. So
Yeah.
wait for me.
You don't have to deal with this cruel world. Let us deal
That's right.
with it.
Yeah.
Lionel says it's one of my favorites. I have sung it and not done the best cover, but it was my song in 2023. Wow.
But there's
Oh.
a lot of other songs that can also touch you. Like Lover of Mine.
He wrote quite a bit of lot of songs, and he was to release one when he passed
Yeah.
and call in
In this life.
yeah, In This Life. I was loved by you. Let me
Yeah.
bring that one up. That was the song he wrote, and he was supposed to be but anyways, he passed before he
Yeah.
got to
It was supposed to be his final song before retirement. But then he passed, and then Rob DeMille, he kind of contemplated, and my auntie is like, I don't know if I should read. And my auntie said, Israel sang it and recorded it. Let the world experience it. Let
Yeah.
it go. Because if you would came back, it's like you keeping his spirit here and not just releasing it.
Right. Well, I think some Americans would know this version of the song. So let's play this one. Okay. And or else I will get a I wish you would have put your uncle in this video.
All I'd been blessed with in this life.
I could do that.
Yeah, this guy recorded it after he died.
I was imprisoned by the power of gold. One honest touch set me free.
Is your cousin is on here singing the song?
Yeah, he's on
YouTube. I would rather pull up his version because he's the one that wrote it. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, he's on YouTube.
Let me pull up his. I would rather have his version up.
I mean, it might not have him singing it, but it'll have the music.
It'll have the music. Yeah. Let me bring this up real quick.
There's two versions of it. There's the version that we heard before, and then there's another version that he recorded was the original. See, this is the pre-recorded after, and there's another version of it that sings by.
There was an emptiness in me.
So this is him singing it.
Yeah,
I was in prison.
Released it. There's
Okay.
another version, of it. That
Okay.
he sings by himself, not with the girls.
Okay.
The power of gold. With one kind touch, you set me free. Let the world stop turning. Let the sun stop burning. Let them tell me love's not worth going through. If it all falls apart, I will know deep in my heart The only dream that mattered had come true. In this life, I was loved by you.
Oh my God.
No.
For every mountain I've climbed, every raging river crossed, you were the treasure that I longed to find. Without your love, I would be lost. Let the world stop turning, let the sun stop burning. Let them tell me love's not worth going through. If it all falls apart, I will know deep in my heart the only dream that mattered had come true. In this life, I was loved by you. I know that I will live forever, but forever I'll be loving you. Let the world stop turning, let the sun stop burning. You tell me love's not worth going through. If it all falls apart, I will know deep in my heart the only dream that matters has come true. In this life, I was loved by you. In this life, I was loved by you.
Ah.
Yeah, that's this right here.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Oh, God.
This one is a
We were
different.
all uplifted a minute ago.
Yeah, his one is a different version because his one he was actually reached elite status, which is the chief status. So he's considered royalty because of his worldly international status.
So would he have eventually been like the lead chief of your island if he had lived?
Oh.
Wow. So it doesn't go off of bloodline. It goes off of
Status and your contributions to the Hawaiian Kingdom.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That is so precious. I'm telling you, just when you think things are just like you're at the end of your rope, play his music. It is amazing to me. It'll make you cry. It makes me cry, but it also is just like, you're okay. We're all okay.
Yeah. And also, Israel, when the governor actually was in office during his funeral, he had the whole week fly half-staff flags.
Oh, nice.
Because he's the only guy that had that honor in Hawaii.
Oh.
Wow. Not even Don Ho.
Yeah, Don Ho, but Don Ho got in trouble because he was caught dealing some stuff and
Yeah. Lord Dandy, me too. Lord Dandy says it reminds him of gospel music.
Oh, yeah.
Too. Yes. Because a lot of the Hawaiian music is very spiritually surrounded.
Yes. And what people need to know is that before the missionaries came here,
Maggie
we already
BRB.
knew about God.
Go on, love.
We already knew about a creator. But then they tried to formulate their system into the Hawaiian kingdom and abolish hula, the language, and kill off all the cultural practices to American style.
Don't you just love Sean? Because anything you'd ask him, he's so willing to tell you. And I love that about you, Sean. You're always like, you're just lovely. You're just lovely. You share everything, and it comes from your heart.
Because the way things are going, and I'm just saying this as an opinion as a Hawaiian, the way Disney is going, it's a lot of BS when it comes to the Hawaiian culture.
Yeah. You're absolutely beautiful. You're really warm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It comes with two different franchises, Lilo and Stitch and Moana.
Well, April says she loves hearing these stories, Sean.
Oh, I love to share them. Because
we love you share your stories.
Yeah,
Tell us about the
that's one
spiritual
thing that
things.
my uncle tried to do is that he wanted to spread the culture of Hawaii Day, which is known as Hawaii, to the whole world. Because if we keep it in, nobody gonna know who we are.
Yeah.
Right. Miss Barbara, I definitely will send you I would definitely send you that link. Can you talk a little bit, Sean, if you want to? Can you talk a little bit about the problem you have with Disney and Pixar?
Okay, my problem with Disney
BRB
is very deep because none of that stories are factual. And it seems to be like a commercial-wise, where they can make a profit instead of supporting Hawaii. Because you notice a lot of our TV shows like NCSI Hawaii, the new lifeguard movie, new lifeguard show just got pulled. So a lot of the filming in Hawaii has been just cut off and rewritten in commercial wise, like Disney did Pocahontas. That's not true. Moana. That's not true. Because the reason why I say it's not true, because how do you get a Samoan playing a Hawaiian? And he's only half Samoan. Remember, The Rock is half black, half Samoan. And he was never born and raised in Hawaii. He lived here, but he doesn't know the Hawaiian culture. And that's why a lot of people are mad at Jason Momoa too, because he's portraying Hawaiians for a profit of money. And Hawaiian culture to us is not to be sold.
So Lord Zanzi said they call it poetic license, but it's just MK Ultra programming at Disney.
Exactly. And it's just them trying to own something that doesn't belong to them. Commercial entitlement, I call it.
Yeah. And Barbara Smith wants that song playing. I think she said, hang on, can you send me a link to that song so I can have them play that too? She's going to send a message to her daughter and she wants it playing as they put it out to sea. Oh,
you can if you have YouTube Music, you can actually download it to your Bluetooth device. Like I have Hawaiian music on my phone.
When you do that, Sean, you've got to find it MP3 to YouTube to MP3 or something like that, haven't you? App so you can download the music.
No, because if you got YouTube Premium,
YouTube
Music is free with it.
I quit paying for all that. I didn't use it enough. Lolly says, my daughter has a problem with Disney movies because most of the characters they have problems from not obeying their parents.
Yes.
Yeah.
What I agree with that, Lolly, because
there's a darker side to it as well.
A lot of those Disney TV shows, right, had teenagers on them, and they would look up. These kids would look up to them, like JoJo
Yeah.
Siwa.
Yeah. It was terrible.
Bad examples.
I think the reason why I connected with Sean very fast, I knew he was of the Hawaiian culture before he ever came up on my panel. And it's because, you know, my best friend is half Hawaiian as well. Her mother was full-blooded Hawaiian. She died when Tammy and I were 9 years old. But just in probably I only knew her for like 2 years before she passed. And I called her Aunt June. And her name was June Yoon Kaupio. That was her name.
Calpio.
Yes,
I know
yeah.
that name.
You know Calpios?
Oh,
Yeah, that was her name.
Every royal family.
She told me she came from King Kamehameha. She said down the line, but I mean, I didn't even know.
Calpio is spelled Kaopio.
Oh, right. That's right, Calpio. And so I learned a lot of the Hawaiian cultures. We would, well, in California, in LA, where I grew up, there's a lot of island people. There's a lot of Hawaiians there. There's a lot of Samoans there. There's a lot of Filipino there. So you learn those cultures just like the Hispanic, the Mexican cultures.
Oh yeah.
And
you know,
and we used to.
That's why
that
a
was
lot of Filipinos get mistaken for Mexicans because
right.
you know what happened with the Philippines is, and I'm just going to share this with fast one. The Spain conquered the Philippines, and when they went there and bred with their people, they left their last names and the language.
Wow. So that was the very first time I remember being little, and it was the first time I had seen a whole pig roast. Like
yeah,
a whole
been to the mainland, Holly. It sucks.
Sean has actually been in the States, and his biological father lives in the States. So yes, he's been here.
But I've never been to Vegas. I don't feel like taking mine to Nevada.
Nevada. But anyways, I learned a lot. I was actually taught how to hula, and I've got pictures, so I'm not lying. I've got pictures of
Lily.
No, some people would say, believe me, Sean, I do have some haters out there.
But I gotta disagree with you on that one. On my island, even American ladies and men are taught hula.
Yeah. Well, my friend Tammy,
she's anybody. It's open to anybody from the age of 5 all the way to the elderly.
Right. Well, my friend Tammy, so I just learned how to hula. I did not learn how to do Tahitian dance, and there's a whole different thing. It's a whole different ball game.
Oh, yeah.
My friend Tammy, her daughters don't hula, but they do Tahitian
that's
dancing.
harder.
Them hips don't stop. Yo,
I know how to do that.
I throw my back out again. But hula dancing to me is easier because you basically, your hips go in a circle one way, and it's very, yes, the flowers.
Yeah.
And and it's much more, to me, it's more feminine. It's more graceful. It's very graceful, the movement. Yeah. And you actually feel the music. It's crazy. You actually, what it is you're acting out in sign language the words to the song.
Mm-hmm.
That's what hula is.
Yep.
And I loved it. I loved every bit of it. But her girls are grown now, and they all Tahitian dance, and her grandchildren are learning to Tahitian dance. And I'm like, who's teaching the hula here? Because that's what Blondie can do. I will throw my back out if I try to move those hips the way y'all are doing your hips, gyrating.
Well, also, the other thing, too, is the Kumu hula teacher, who's a master, is not always female.
I've never not had a male.
They have males, and then they have transsexuals, which is okay.
Yeah.
Because in Hawaii, we have 3 genders. There's male, female, transsexual. We call mahu, which is okay because it's very acceptable. Every family has one. It's like a person with disabilities. Every family has one.
Lionel's getting on a plane right now as we speak. I'm just saying. Lord Dandy is flying over to Molokai that quick. Don't be taking our house. We already picked our house.
Well,
he's on his
Lord
way.
Dandy,
Look, oh really? He's saying,
well,
oh
Lord
really?
Dandy, let me just warn you on one thing. You might not want to go back.
Oh,
Well, you know,
Dandy,
he's
there's an
from,
offer you can't refuse.
he is from, you should hear his accent. He's from South Africa.
I
Oh,
love that accent.
He has a
Love it.
beautiful accent too. You got to sub
Yeah,
up
when
to
I
Lord
was on
Dandy.
holiday, there was a lady
you're
from
a
the same
long
place,
way
and I
out,
loved
bro.
listening to her.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then see, the other thing too is, Lord Dandy, since you're from Africa, our cultures is like this. It's very, very in like each other.
Oh,
Here, I'm going to
nice.
drop the link just in case Dandy wants to grace us and say at least hello in his beautiful voice, because Dandy does have,
Oh yeah, talk to Sean.
he has a
because
beautiful
we
voice.
fit in. Because what you gotta understand is, even though we're different races, all cultures fit in to each other.
Sean, I just have to tell you, I heard you talk about Jason Momoa, and I
Yes.
just want to let you know, I would show him 13 minutes of a good time.
You're not the only one I heard that from.
And it probably wouldn't even take 13 minutes. I'd be slam down. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
Slap it, flip it, rub it down,
no.
and be done in 3.
He would show you the slap dance.
Oh, he could show me anything he wants to. Dandy.
The
Yeah,
dandy
he's
line.
very
Sorry,
honored here.
sorry. Front. There.
There
Hello.
he
How you
is.
doing, sir?
I wonder, I want to check while you guys talk real quick, how many miles apart you two are. So you guys go ahead and talk. I'm going to find out how many miles you guys are apart.
Have you seen? I'm pleased to meet you, Sean.
Pleased to meet you, sir. It's an honor.
I've actually, while you were talking about the dance, somehow on one of my channels, I've been watching YouTube, and I would see the competition every year. They have a finalist who wins.
Yes, the Mary
Yeah.
Yes, that just happened. Just recently, maybe 3-4 weeks ago, something like that. And what it is each school, including the mainland continental U.S., all the way to Japan, come to the big island of Hawaii to have a contest. Now, there's 2 different dances and 2 different genders. There's a men's squad that does the dance, 2 different styles. Women's dance does 2 different styles. And what happens there is the winner of each category gets a pogo drum that drums and beat on. They win that, and that is made out of coconut. Yeah, and shark skin. The skin that goes over the drum itself, that's shark.
Oh,
A
wow.
shark
I didn't
belly.
even know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever eaten shark, Vinny?
Yes.
I have. It's not that great.
I hate this. It's not nice.
But I didn't do it willingly, Dandy. I was tricked. I was told it was some other kind of fish. And they were like, just taste it. And I put it in my mouth.
Ooh, the skin. Oh, don't eat the skin.
It's
Dandy,
rough.
it was
It's rough
terrible.
like sandpaper.
He started laughing, and the minute he started laughing, I spit it out. And I was like, what was it? And he said, it's shark. Because that's what he caught. I was like, you know what? Fuck you. Oh, I didn't say, I wasn't allowed to say fuck you to him, but I wanted to.
Yeah, it's not quite a great thing eating shark.
It's,
There's a lot of mercury in that shit. I'm sorry.
yeah, yeah.
Dandy, you guys have, what is the traditional dance in, by the way, you guys are, somebody's, who's got me on, who's echoing me? Dandy, you got me on.
It could be me. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
So.
And I've got my earphones on as well. Sorry.
You guys are little over 7,200 feet apart from each, or miles apart from each other. It's doable. But
that's a good deal, Lonnie.
It's amazing.
A trip to Maui for 4 people, a flight and a car rental.
Isn't this crazy? Look at the panel. We have Indiana, America. We have England, Hawaii on some island I never heard of until I met Sean, and then South Africa. If somebody,
it's great. It's
you're echoing.
You can't explain this. It's not me.
No, it's
not
Leanie.
me.
It's Leanie.
All right.
Why?
I don't know. I'm looking for stuff. I don't have
you got
nothing
more
on.
windows open, Lee?
Oh, I do. Wait. I think I've got YouTube. It might be me. You're fucking wrong, Leanie.
It's not easy.
It's Leanie.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
That's why I don't do stream on my channel. I refuse to. It's too much hard work.
It's tough. It's hard work.
It's too much hard work.
But Dan,
time for that.
Let me ask Dandy something. You guys have traditional dances also, correct? Right, in over in South Africa.
Right, they're all saying the echo was horrid, Leanie.
I can't. I've turned everything off.
It's gone now. It's gone.
No, it's gone.
Carry on
It's
talking.
gone. We have 35 different spoken languages.
Yeah.
We have nine or 11 official languages. So you must understand that there's many different cultures with different dances. I mean, the Zulus are famous for their cultural spear dancing with the shields, which is, it's very cultural, it's very rural, it's very island style as well, and half naked as well.
Oh, I like that kind.
But the Afrikaner is more, our culture comes only 500 years, or 300 years, when America got the independence. Yeah. It's basically the same time span. And so the Afrikaner would be so much more of the Calvinists, churchified, the women with the long dress, but there's more like barnyard dancing. That's the Afrikaner style. But the Zulus have dancing. I don't know, but it's not as elegant as the Hawaiian. The Zulu dance is more of a war dance.
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Like the New Zealand rugby players, they do the haka.
Yeah, the haka.
Yeah, and it's also beautiful, but it's a war dance,
It is. Yeah, because they do it before the day before they go to war. Is to build up their, their spirit. It's like how the Hawaiians used to do.
Yes.
So let me ask you. What language? Since there's that many languages, what language?
So when I say, they taught us even during apartheid how to greet. And so I say Sani Bonani, that's hello, plural. I'll say to the three of you and everybody in the chat, Sani Bonani, but the the singular word is Sawu, Sawwu, Sawubona, Sawubona. That's Zulu. But then if you come up 300 kilometers, you get to another nation called Sotho. And the Sotho is the mountainous nation, and they say Dumela as hello. And so, because they are the biggest, the largest, they were the largest when I was growing up, we did go through, okay, this year we're going to learn Sotho. This year we're going to learn Zulu. And then, so we did learn them at how to greet and how to ask your name. But you get many white guys, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, who will speak Afrikaans. They'll speak fluent Zulu, and a little bit of Sotho. It comes naturally. And of course, I am English now, and I went to English schools, but my parents were the last borns of Afrikaans speaking families who they were the children born in a time where they said, no, fuck it, I'm not going to speak this Afrikaans because just like in any country, I suppose, whites go against whites, blacks go against blacks. And during apartheid, we were against Afrikaans because the Afrikaans got more, but the whites, the English speaking were more aligned to England and America. So societal norms just change everything. And if you came into the metropole areas of South Africa, you would speak more English for business purposes. But I don't know. Luckily for me, that with the change of the country, democracy, we made English the official language.
Yeah.
So everybody can understand each other for business.
So,
but there's more dark-skinned people who speak Afrikaans than the Afrikaners.
Oh,
That's
wow.
Afrikaans it turned 100 years old this last week. It's a very new language. It's the newest language in the world. But it made it concrete that the white people from Europe became a nation on their own. We can't go as Afrikaners and speak Afrikaans in another European country. We're not Europeans anymore. We are Africans.
Right.
We are a tribe of Africa.
Right. So this is dumb. Your native tongue is English.
Mine, yes.
But your parents
not well. The funny thing is, my mother was born in Central Africa. She was, and because of the unrest at the time, they had to flee Central Africa because her father was sinking copper mines. We got a copper belt up Central Africa. And he would sink the mines, but they had to flee because of the Houthis and the Tutsis and whatever. And they fled and they came to South Africa when my mother was 14 years old. So during apartheid, you were forced to learn Afrikaans, and my mother refused to learn Afrikaans. So all her siblings speak fluent Afrikaans. She cannot.
Oh.
My stepfather, who's 20 years older than me, that adopted me and raised me, he also came from Portuguese Afrikaans family where they spoke Afrikaans, but they lived in the center of Johannesburg, in the metropolitan, and he just came home speaking English because his friends were speaking English.
Oh.
So then when they raised us, we went to English schools, we spoke English. Our cousins all spoke Afrikaans, everybody speaks Afrikaans, but we were the English-fied ones. I don't know why. I don't know how. And I
Wow.
went to English school, but the kids at school would mock me because of the way my accent in English was not English enough for them.
Oh, wow. That's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I will
But
let
then
you and Sean can talk about it while I smoke.
Americans laugh at each other with their accents. The British, we laugh at the British with their accents.
Mm-hmm.
You
That's
know,
true.
if you go in England or in Ireland, you go 6 miles and you get a completely new dialect of
Yeah,
Irish
you do.
or English. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
People still say that Maggie's Irish.
I thought she was.
Because
She
she's
looks like
from
one.
Liverpool. She's from Liverpool. You in Liverpool, Maggie?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, because Liverpool has the highest population of Irish descendants.
Yeah,
So
that's
they had
right.
moved. The Irish moved to Liverpool, and that's why the Liverpoolians have that accent because of the Irish.
Yeah, that's it. Leanie,
That's
it's definitely you that's got the echo.
All right. Well, I'm sitting out here. I don't know. I'm sitting out on the porch smoking a cigarette, just trying to behave myself.
Can
Well,
you
maybe
No, I
you'll
think
be
it's
here
me.
when you come to Molokai.
No, Lionel, just go mute a minute. Go mute a minute, Sean.
Oh,
Just mute. Okay, Leanie, go on.
Go on. I'm just sitting out here trying to behave myself.
Right,
That's it.
you're fine now. I think it might be Lionel.
It's all Lionel's fault.
It
Blame
is.
him.
It is me. I'm going to drop down.
No, you
I'm
don't
going to
have to
drop
drop
down.
down.
Thank you.
No, it's
I have
fine.
to. I have to. It's night time. It's nearly 11 o'clock. I'm going to bed. It's Friday tomorrow. A big day. Pleased to meet you, Sean.
please meet
I
me, friend.
really,
It's an honor.
you kept me hooked on Leanies
Oh,
today.
shut up, Lionel. You know I kept you up.
Yo, hey, yo.
Fucker.
Check this out. We're a rare commodity because you don't find any other men on here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Not
Amongst
one with a
women.
shirt off.
That's right. That stays shirt off.
Bye, guys. Love you
Bye,
lots.
Take
Lionel.
Send
Love
you
you.
love. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. God bless. Bye, love. Oh, see, he only come here for you.
Listen, Lionel's lying. He's such a liar. He knows I have him hook, line, and sinker. He's like, I fucking hate Leanie. Thank you, Sean, for keeping me hooked here.
No, he's
Well,
got a lovely
hey,
accent, hasn't he?
Hey, Leanie, like I said, you may be behaving now, but when you get here, you ain't gonna be behaving.
I hope not. I don't want to.
Does
Yeah.
all your friends, does
She's
all
gonna
your
break
friends know
every
Sean?
law on Molokai.
Probably. I don't do behave very well. Listen, can we
Sure.
please hook, line, and sinker, not stinker?
Yeah,
Can
we
somebody
just-
please drop Lionel's link in by chat? Sean,
Yeah,
sub up to Lionel. He talks a
will.
lot of trash. It's kind of funny though. He's got me hooked because he's fucking funny, and I like people who make me laugh rather than cry.
He looks cool.
Hello,
Sean,
Aussie
do
True
you get a
Crime
lot
Joyce.
of,
Good to see you.
does a lot of your mates, well, your friends now that you come on YouTube?
I don't usually hang out with other people. I'm pretty
So you
much a
just stay with
loner
your
with my
family?
family. Yeah, because
Yeah. Oh.
you know, because a lot of the guys I used to hang out with are mostly drinkers, and me that I don't drink anymore is like, no, bad influence.
Okay, so
Okay, Brad.
Sean, this is what I'm going to ask you.
Yes.
Would you be able to walk around showing us alive outside?
Of course.
Oh,
Look, see,
Sean.
Leanie? See what I mean? He's
Can we
so
set up
he's
a live?
to everything.
Because
We'd
No,
love
no,
to see outside.
because you know what? And not only women need to be here and hear you guys, how strong and opinionated you guys are.
Oh, they hate
Men
our
also-
opinions.
Men also need to hear that too. Because like I said, men like me find women like you, strong women, opinionated women, a turn on.
Oh, Maggie, we're a
Oh my
fucking
God,
turn
the
on.
secrets. I want to go.
Shit, I'm excited.
No, I'm serious because sometimes, and you know this, lady, by experience, sometimes us men need a kick in the ass.
Oh, I'm there for you. I'm your girl when it comes to that.
Could you have a one night only, Maggie and Leanie night, where you invite the islands, the islanders, right? And we'll talk to them.
Oh, no. How's about this? When you guys come here, we'll do a stream right on Molokai.
Oh,
Could you imagine?
one night only, Leanie.
One night only. We want
No, not one night. The whole freaking weekend.
Oh man, listen, you act like I got a lot of stamina. I'm good for 13 minutes.
And I'm good for nothing.
We had a one night one time before.
That's why
Yeah,
I
I'm good
said
for nothing.
when you guys
She's
come
good
here,
for
I gotta
13.
prepare the native boys. I gotta give them a big warning.
So,
Big mama
Sean,
comes to town.
when are you going to take us out live?
When you get here.
No, I mean when you're going to go live to show us what it's like.
Oh, I don't really film things. I haven't filmed anything on my channel, and because you guys go through a lot of horror. I heard this from a lot of people I stream on too. It's a hard work. You really gotta get into it. And
Well, this
I'm
is the
just
deal.
taking-
This is what we're talking
You
about.
just
Like,
hold your phone.
yeah, and flip it around.
Hold your phone
We're-
and go walking. You don't
Yeah,
have to
we
speak.
well, I wouldn't mind filming it and putting it on somebody's channel. Actually.
Yeah, just you'll come live on here on your phone
Yeah.
though.
I just
And then-
basically just email it straight to you, Lily, or whoever.
No,
No,
you could
just
just come
do
live on here with me, come on my panel on your phone,
Like
not
you
your
are
computer.
Yeah.
And then it's like FaceTiming with me, but you're FaceTiming the channel. And
And
so
you're
we
going
can see like your
outside.
yard.
Okay. I can do the FaceTime stuff.
Your
Yeah, we could
neighborhoods.
your yard. You could put us in your truck and take off driving and show us the island.
Show us the beach.
Oh
my.
God!
You guys,
Oh,
we
Like I said, once you guys get here, might not want to go back. Maggie, you might not want to go back to England.
Maggie won't want to go back. She won't.
Well,
she's
Sean, I
a
can
she's a
guarantee
beach
it.
girl. She's a beach girl.
Oh, I'd
You
love
might
that
not want to go
beach.
back to old cold England.
Oh, I'm
she's
telling you,
definitely a
Sean.
beach baby.
I am.
Let us say happy first anniversary to Joyce and her hubby. It's
Yes.
Oh,
tomorrow.
happy anniversary, Joyce.
Happy
And-
anniversary, Joyce.
When we first started our channel, Joyce was planning her wedding and she did the
Oh.
whole thing herself. The whole thing, from the food to her decorations to her she did the whole thing, hosted the whole thing, and then they all had a
Aw.
camping night with their family and friends
Isn't that
after
lovely?
their wedding. It was gorgeous and we were so excited. We were waiting with bated breath for Joyce to get married. So it's
Aw.
weird that we've already come that far from it. But yeah, I remember that. I remember. So congratulations, Joyce. I hope you have a beautiful anniversary.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
and if you do anything like a venue, have somebody else do the decorations because it's you and your husband's day.
Yeah,
She did it in
lovely.
her backyard. It was
No,
gorgeous.
but
Sure.
what I'm saying is because it's your days, you and your husband's day, don't do nothing. It's
That's
your day
lovely,
to
yeah.
art, and then everybody else do the work.
I didn't see Mary Jane. Oh, there's Mary Jane. I was like, that bitch got me blocked. Mary Jane. Hi, Aussie True Crime. It's so good to see you guys.
Ladies.
I'm not going to be on here much longer, you guys. I have to make a trip over to the hospital, or not the hospital, but the, what do you call that place that he's in? Old, not an old folks home. He's
The rehabilitation.
rehabilitation. I've got to,
Yeah.
Beefcake just came home and I have got
Oh my
to
God, you're
go
going
get
out.
dressed.
I'm going to bed.
Well, it's not even 5 yet, so he wants to leave at 5:15. I'm gonna go shower real quick and put on a bra, and then
On a bra and a pair
put
of
on a
drawers.
bra. God.
Oh,
But
you won't need
anyways,
that when you get here, Dee.
I might go live later on tonight. We'll just see how that goes.
I'll be watching you.
But I love you guys so much. Thank you for
We
coming
love
up.
you too, Dee.
Maggie, do you want to
Maggie,
close
we
it out, or do you
love
want
you
me
too.
to?
I'll close it out if you want, Gail.
Okay, because I got to go get in the shower. I love you guys. Mad Mods, thank you so much for keeping the chat happy, clean, and just keeping it going. Thank you, everybody that showed up, that hung out in the naked bushes or not. Sean, big love, the biggest love to you for coming and hanging with us. As always, we love you. And to Lionel, thank you for coming up here and letting us listen to. Maggie, you got my heart. I love you so much.
Love you, Gail. Speak
I'll
to
see
you tomorrow.
y'all. See y'all later. Bye.
Yeah, lovely. Bye bye. So what time is it for you, Sean? I can see it's light outside behind you.
It's 10:48 in the morning.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So hang on. So how many hours? I'm 10 to 10 in the
Like,
evening.
Yeah,
Same
it's like
time, but
a
PM.
little less than 12 hours.
Yeah, wow. All the different time zones. Oh, isn't it amazing though that we
It's
can all
crazy.
talk and we've all met each other, isn't it just fabulous?
It's crazy.
It is. It's absolutely lovely. So, does your wife work, Sean?
Yeah, she's a special ed assistant, educational
Oh, yes,
assistant
that's right. You told me. You
at
did tell me.
a elementary school.
And how old are your children?
My oldest son, my only one son, is 19.
Yeah.
My oldest daughter is 15, going to be 16. God forbid she has a boyfriend. But my next daughter after that is going to be 6th grade, so she's going to be 12.
Oh, so you've got the kids in school now.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
after that is a 3rd grader, and then after that is a 2nd and kindergarten.
Yeah. So, do you the kids have school holidays like we have summer holidays here, and it's 6 weeks long, and they start the holidays here round about the 21st of July, and they go back on the 4th of September.
No.
No, you don't have anything like that.
No, because usually by June they will be done by school because graduation is going to be around Memorial Weekend, which is next week, 23rd, 24th, and 25th.
Yeah. So when will they go back after that then?
September.
It's the same September. So
Yeah.
what about yous in America now? When does your school holidays? When does theirs start?
We celebrate New Year's, Christmas. What else? Lincoln. Labor Day.
Yeah. So you celebrate the same dates, same dates
pretty
as us, the 25th
Pretty much.
of December.
And then we also, but it's not officially a holiday, Chinese New Year's and all that different culture.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So the kids are in school now then, yeah.
yes.
So you're at home, supposed to be tidying up, doing the brushing, doing the dinner, and you're sitting on here talking to us.
Well, I've actually done it for the day, and then
Have you?
Yeah.
What time do you rise of a morning, Sean?
Like 5 to do the farm work.
I knew you were going to say that. Everyone, even the Americans. I go,
Yeah.
what time do you get up? They go, oh, about 5. I'm only
Yeah.
turning over then.
I've got 40 acres of farm, so I have to tend to the watering and the feeding of the animals.
What animals have you got?
I've got pigs, domestic pigs. I have goats. I have chickens, and I
Oh
have
my
cow.
God.
Yeah, I have
Oh,
cows. Yeah, and I
do
also have
you?
horses. Yeah,
Wow. So you must have a lot of lands to
40
keep them
acres.
all.
I have 40
Oh
acres.
my,
Yeah,
40 acres?
yeah.
Oh my, how many acres have we got, Al? How many acres?
Uh,
Seriously?
I
How
use all
much would you
40
say?
acres. Yeah, I use all 40 acres.
We've got about 24 inches. And I'm
What?
not messing. Yeah, now our little garden, we call it a garden. It's or yards, whatever you call it,
Yeah,
is
I seen
literally
something like that.
about, what would you
A
say, Al?
backyard
About
garden.
10
Yeah,
foot?
yeah. I have
It's a,
vegetables, fruits, and a
so
lot
it's
of
about 15 foot by about 12 foot.
Oh,
That's
that's
how
pretty
big.
lot. That's a pretty big lot.
No, it's very small.
It's
Honestly, it's really small.
15 feet is pretty lengthy.
No, it might sound, honestly, that's if we've got it right. We've only got a tiny, tiny garden. We haven't even got a
Yeah,
blade of grass now. We've had all paving stones put down because it was just too much to keep up, even though it was only little.
yeah,
So,
I know what
oh
you
my
mean
God.
because yesterday I had to run the tractor and mow all the grass
Yeah, I'd love to
and
do
everything.
that. I did that in my friends in Canada, and she had to sit on one of those and mow all the grass. I loved
Yeah,
it. So I
yeah,
had to go.
yeah,
Did it all day. I love it.
yeah. And then also the grass, I actually feed them to the goats or the animals like the horses
How many times a day did they get fed, Sean?
twice.
Twice a day.
Yeah, one in the morning, once in the afternoon.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. So you're busy, aren't you, Nick?
No, not really, because the afternoon chores are done by the kids.
That's good. What time do the kids get home from school?
They actually stay after school program with their mom till
Yeah.
4:30.
And what time have they got to be in school?
7:15.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's early, isn't it? So the
yeah.
kids here don't start school till 9 a.m.
Actually,
They
they
go.
start at 8 o'clock,
They get in
but
at 8:30.
yeah, they
But
actually
yeah,
start at 8 o'clock, but they gave them a 45-minute breakfast meal time.
yeah, yeah. Oh, that's an early start, isn't it? But you
Yeah,
know what? It's probably as well because you get really hot weather, don't you? So the kids. I mean, do your kids
sometimes.
you wear a uniform? Our
Yes, they
children
do.
wear
Yes, they do.
uniforms,
Yes, they
and
do.
they get a summer uniform in the infants, the little primary schools. But these older kids, that go up to the 18, they go in at 11 years old and they're there till 16, 18, whatever they're doing. Um, they're not allowed. They're in a shirt, tie, jumper, no sweater, and long pants, and a blazer, and they're not allowed to take the blazer off or nothing when we
Yeah,
get really hot weather here.
they
And we're
wanted
not.
they wanted to do that here, and we told them no.
No, no. Honestly, it's terrible because when we get heat waves here, like we've just had, these poor kids are coming out to school and they're dripping in sweat, the swelters, the hair's soaked because they can't take anything off. They're not allowed to
Yeah.
take anything off at all. It's so wrong. So wrong.
I
It
mean,
really is.
that doesn't give the kids any choice of looking like a lawyer.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not right.
No,
And,
it
and
isn't.
here in Hawaii, we thought it was like you could want them wear a suit every day. It's hot as hell here in Hawaii.
Yeah, I know
Oh,
it must be awful. They couldn't have that. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
I thought they might have give these older kids, say, like a polo shirt, a t-shirt with maybe long pants is better than having to wear shirt, tie,
yeah,
and blazer, jumper and blazer. You know what I mean? How bad
yeah.
is that? Absolutely awful. I mean,
Yeah,
we don't really get.
yeah,
Sorry,
because
Sean.
here the clothes, like the suits and stuff, is very expensive.
Yeah, exactly. It is here. The prices are terrible.
It's outlandish.
Yeah, it is. It's terrible. The prices that they put up. I mean, my son's 23 now, so I don't know what it's like now. But when he was in school, you got to get like another blazer,
Yeah.
two blazers, two sweaters, a load of shirts and
Yeah,
ties. It was so expensive.
it is.
And
Some
you
of
feel,
those sports coats and blazers, you can't stick
yeah,
them in a washer.
no.
You gotta dry wash them.
Yeah. And you know what? You can go out, Sean, and you can say, oh, you can get cheap ones from such, but they don't last. They
No.
don't last. You may as well spend because you'll get longer out of them. But these kids, years ago, here, you got free uniforms if it were a certain criteria. Now, you've got to buy the uniforms.
Well,
And
the
that's
only
the
thing
end of
that
it.
our school has asked when we told them no about the suits is that please do not send your kids with anything to school. We will require them to wear a uniform, which is a shirt of the school. That's it.
Yeah.
But do
What
not send
about
with
jewelry? What about
anything
jewelry?
that is unlawful and illegal for them to wear.
Yeah.
Some kids will show up with a marijuana T-shirt.
Yeah.
They'll have to take that off and actually either the on-campus cop is going to take it away or they're going to have it confiscated by the authorities, the principal and stuff.
I'll just say good night. Good night, Lizzo. Have a good
Good night,
night's
Lizzo.
sleep, love. Enjoy drawing. And I'll speak to you soon. Take care, Lizzo. Good night. Oh, well, it's lovely to have talked to you again, Sean. I'm going to cut off. It's 10 o'clock here now. So I'm going to finish this cuppa
Yep.
off and get to bed.
Yep, Maggie.
As
Love
you,
you, Maggie.
oh, love you, Sean. Thanks so much for always being willing to share everything
It's
with
an
us.
honor.
You're so nice.
Listen,
You're so
being all
nice.
you ladies and Miss Barbara, that includes you and all of you. It's an honor.
Oh, well, it's an honor to have you, Sean. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Take care. Bye, love. Bye. Oh, he's a lovely person. So, let's see where we are. Okay, so Barbara here saying she's been saying blah, 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 blah. Hope you're okay, Bob. I'm getting off now. Thanks, everyone, for being here for Leanie and me. And I'm going mad that live didn't come back on in the course. I was really interested, but at the same time, I couldn't really hear. But JB says it wasn't much different to what we already know. So that's good. JB, thanks for being here. You've been here all night as well. Thanks so much, love. Thanks to everyone. And wherever you are, whatever time of day it is, take it easy and enjoy the rest of it. Good night, everyone.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are be happy to see you again on the next according to leaning. Be good or be good at it until next time. Love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. Be good or be good at it until next time. Love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next according to Leanie. Be good or be good at it until next time. Love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. Be good or be good at it until next time. Love Leanie, love